It's that time. This month is going to be a super strange. There is a lot going on. And I feel like I need to monologue a little bit before we hop into the game here for a second. Cause we're actually going to be playing on a new save today. Nina Vask, who normally joins us, is no longer here, and we also lost radio earlier last month for a while. And so we're kind of in the state where I had prepared the previous save for around 4+ players. We currently only have 2 available, so we're going to be playing on a little bit of a smaller save today. That'll be pretty evident. We will have a very different track arrangement, just letting you all know in advance. And there is a lot to talk about with how many mods we have, so let's dive straight into it, eh? Also, happy Sunday. Happy September. Happy Memorial Day tomorrow, right? My father said he was going to make hamburgers, and I got really confused. Like, why was he doing that? And then I remembered there's a holiday. Okay, it's not Memorial Day. What is it? I'm not smart. Anyways, one of the mods we've added that we're not testing today is Mudge's Brewery, because the railroad we're running ends at Ela, and so we need some sort of terminus industry to serve, right? So we have Mudge's Brewery to deal with that. I haven't actually run this before. I'm kind of intrigued too, but we'll be doing that later in the live stream because there's a lot of other things that I think are more important for us to look at and explore first. Wake me up when it ends? No. You can just sleep eternally. Hibernate until the next summer, TK. Tomorrow I'm getting God of War 2018 for the bargain price of $10.50. Lucky. If only Game Studios made games for that price in the modern era. Hello, Corey. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So the first mod we're going to quickly explore here. I added this. It's kind of funny because the first mod we're going to explore is the last one that I added. But we have this little Y here at Ela now, so we can, like, turn around passenger trains and locomotives when they make it to the end of the line, right? It is 21 degree curves, I think. And we do still have to update it because the telegraph poles are kind of hanging low here, you know, the telegraph wires and whatnot. Just a little bit of a problem. But it's functional, it works. We've tested it before. We also have a new mod for a new engine. We have the, what is this called? The C&IM A18, or the A1 class 440. So we actually have 2 of these on the save, and I'm going to be running the other one today. This sucker This sucker can go on AI road. The title suggests Silverbound. Oh, yes, and we'll be talking about that in just a moment. First, I want to talk a little bit about one of the other mods that we have, which is the Dillsboro Mines mod. This is one that Mudge has been working on the side. Over here in Dillsboro, across the river, we have this giant pit of doom. Anyways, this is a gypsum mine, handles about 15 cars per day, and it's one of two. There's one over here, too. This one's really funny to me, just because of this forced switchback that really logically makes zero sense. It's surprisingly easy to do, but... You know, it's really funny. We're starting the stream talking more about Mudge's mods than we are talking about mine, because we have the Dillsboro mines, we have we have the brewery, but we can actually talk about one. I think this isn't the one I'm most proud of, but I think it's the one that most people will be interested in seeing today. And the title suggests Silverbound. Yes, Zero. There is a reason for that. This is the first mod that I've made. Well, actually, the second mod, I guess, technically, that I've made that we're talking about today, because we saw the ELOY, but the ELOY is so small that it doesn't really count. This is an altered version of the Silver Interchange, which adds a third interchange track and expands capacity, adds a caboose track, adds a fully functional repair shop over here, adds a Y that doesn't look too egregious. You know, I've seen some of the Y mods where they go over here and they have it like curve off, cross the river, curve back. Those ones just feel a little strange to me, to be honest. Those don't fit. So I've also seen a lot of interchange mods which just add extra tracks and just for the sake of adding tracks and don't really try and make them look appealing. So I thought I would try and make one that, in my opinion, looks like it would actually exist on a real railroad. My one major disappointment about this is that I can't actually add a coaling tower or a water tower in this area. I don't have the means to, because the modding tools aren't strong enough, or I'm just stupid and I don't know how to do it. But aside from that, I'm really happy with how this turned out. Building 2 bridges is a lot for a while. I know, right? It felt weird. It felt weird over at the ELO one, where we have this one bridge right here, right at the end of the Y, you know? But 2? But the one mod that I am personally most excited to show you guys is one I'm not going to show you immediately. It's one that I'm going to take a second to do. Over here on the front track, this is the train we're going to be taking here, the one with the sort of reefer-colored parts boxcar. Now, the first couple of cars don't really matter. It's just Dillsboro Coaling Tower, Dillsboro Repair Track, Silva Coal and Lumber Company. You know, some pretty standard stuff. Base, game, chicanery. So what comes after that's interesting? Has anybody actually tried adding industries to Cowee? Because I don't think I've seen a single mod that does. Until now. And that's what we're going to be exploring today. Along with having a little bit of fun running the A18 while we're at it. Oh, the whistle got updated because, right, something weird happened last night, by the way, Mudge. The engine actually broke and I had to spawn in a new one. I'll get that fixed up as soon as I can. What was the whistle we chose for this sucker? No, not that one. What was the whistle we chose for this engine? Because it was the pair to this one. Oh, the PRO3 chime. Okay, okay, we got this. Maybe we don't got this. We're off to a great start today, chat. Apparently Markland is going to released a new model of this SNCF 141R, a loco I wanted already, and it has everything: gear lights, smoke, fire, DCC sound, you name it. Unfortunately, it's $1,000. You might be able to get it for a cheaper price at a secondary seller. Alright, chat. You saw nothing. You do not see what is going on here. This is not happening. You're lying. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. What a moment to come into. Yeah, what a moment to see the train immediately getting launched and us spawning in a new one because it wasn't supposed to do that. Classic railroader experience, right? That's truly what happens normally. Your game crashed? Why are all the problems happening now that we're on stream? We've not even been here for 15 minutes, and we've already had somebody's game crash and an engine launch itself to the other side of the moon. What a day to be alive. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? We're making a 2816 movie. I don't know why, but I misread that as 2016, and I'm like, what kind of memes are they putting in that movie? I may be in it, because when I went to see 2816 in Franklin Park, Illinois, I saw those big movie cams, and one of them was kind of aimed at me, so I may be a little in it. Hey, you got a little cameo in it. Congratulations, Stir! You invented the first successful mass driver. This could reduce the cost of lifting cargo into orbit by up to 70%. I'm so skilled and talented that I created something that hasn't existed before without even realizing how it happened. Oh, for heavens. We were testing this mod so much yesterday to make sure that this wouldn't happen. And we had some problems, but they weren't this bad. How am I so good at creating mass drivers or whatever they are? What am I doing right? I don't want to be right. I don't want to be capable of launching things to the other side of the moon. Maybe we need P-18s after all. Man, maybe we do. Maybe we do. We're off to a great start here today. Third time's the point at which we decide to completely delete this engine and replace it with something else. Alright, chat. Start placing your bets now. How long until this engine bins it again? Thought I saw the switch not being correct when I decided to do the American space program. Yeah, I did just notice that the switch was incorrect here. So that might be the problem. Which, you know, maybe that'll make me actually good at throwing switches when my train runs over them, you know? Maybe I'll actually be consistent at doing that finally. 2 minutes, yeah, 2 minutes of survival. I have such good chances, guys. It's a weird bug if it's the case. I mean, we could test it really quickly. We could spawn in another one of these suckers and just very quickly try and see, run it over a switch that's set the wrong way and see if that immediately destroys it. You know, let's do that. Screw it. I'm going to go to a switch over here. You know, for playing a company mode game, we're sure going into sandbox a lot, huh? And this is going into a clearly incorrectly marked switch. No. Was it specifically because it was a switch from my mod? Would that have done the trick? Would that be the problem? Maybe I was going too slow? Okay, so of course as soon as we try testing this to prove what the heck is going on, it decides that it doesn't want us to work at all. You know, I forgot to add a slash, oops. Murphy's Law, exactly. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong in the exact ways that you expect it to. Add Thomas? I'd rather try and run a railroad that feels like a real American railroad, you know? Thomas isn't exactly very American. We can add in his weird little cousin or whatever that's the 440 with the mustache, if that counts for anything. Just won an eBay bidding. Hey, nice. Murphy's Law, more like Murphy Branch. I'm doing finger guns. You guys can't see it, but I'm doing finger guns, I swear. That's such a simple pun. I like that. Oh, Mudge. You forgot a caboose. My boy left for the mines immediately and just decided to abandon his crew here. Mass Driver is a theoretical space gun to launch stuff off of bodies without atmospheres with basically no cost. So it's basically a railgun for spaceships. Forgot his name, I think it was Steven. It's pretty easy to look up that character because I know Bachman made a model for them. When I make a suggestion for the mod, add coal and water. I can't. It's not possible for me to do that, unfortunately. Not at this point in time. I don't think there are the methods for it, but also even if there were, I don't know how to do that. So we're kind of just SOL on that for now, unfortunately. I would if I could. It's the reason why this switchback exists. It's so that I can add this track continuing down, and then it'll be a coal and water tower and like a diesel fueling stand down here. You're talking about Butte? Oh, that's the one. Yeah, that sounds about right, Katie. That sounds about right. You know, some locomotives are obvious what class they are based on the name. Guess what this one is? I'm going to guess that it is an 040 tank engine, considering that there's also engines like the Flying Buffer Beam out there. Last night we wanted to make biscuits, but our frozen biscuits were clumped together into one big skit, and the only way we were able to separate them was with a hammer. Dude, the big skit is just Biscuit Exodia. They combined their powers. They combined their masses. Oh, did it? Okay, that's working out fine. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me getting confused. And the biscuits still technically won because while hammering a cutting board broke in half. I mean, on one hand, what did you expect? It was inevitable. On the other hand, what? AO new railroad. Yeah, we're running the Sundown River line today. Runs from Silva to Ela. There's not as much traffic on as on our other railroads. It's mostly just long distance mainline traffic and short distance branch line traffic. And we're about to see one of said branch lines in a moment here. Gotta hit the road first, though. It's a 1/4-inch thick oak wood cutting board. I was not expecting it to snap like foam. I mean, you guys are using a hammer on a block of ice with only a 1/4 inch? Come on, you could have gone for like a 1/2 inch board or something, you know? Alright, chat. It's been 30 minutes of struggling with specifically the Interchange and this new modded engine, but we are finally reaching the point where we can showcase the new mod. Oh wait, no we can't. Wait, right, I have the Silva lumber and coal car that I have to deliver. Never mind! Give me like 5 minutes. I'm so smart. I know how to run a railroad. We did eventually separate the big skid into individual biscuits, and now our cutting board finally fits in our sink. How'd you perfectly guess the engine? Easy. Silly names are given to silly engines. I mean, think about the flying buffer beam, you know? Hey, do a live stream or video showing how to make track mods. I have a lot of ideas, but don't know how to mod. I probably can. But this month, I'm focusing on a lot of ON30 videos, and I'm trying to space out my videos so there's only one per week. So it might be a while until I can get one of those in the queue somehow, you know? Yeah, I could probably do a modding video. I can't... Doing a video explaining how to add industries, that's harder. That's gonna take some time, but... Track is surprisingly easy. I'll take some screenshots with this locomotive. We can't just add a new engine mod and not take photos. I have a lot of track and industry mods in my game, but I'd love to make something personal like your Silva mod, which is neat. Thank you, thank you. I'm very happy with how that Silva mod has turned out so far. And it is fun to add your own personal take on things. I understand that's not for everyone. I understand some people prefer trying to add what others have made, you know, and not do the work themselves. But there's a certain charm to being able to do it yourself. I think there was some British diesel that was named Nuclear Friend. You know, I would not be surprised if there was. That does actually sound like a diesel thing. You know what? Let's look that up. Let's Google that real quick. Nuclear Fred. Yep. Little 6-wheeled diesel, a Hunslet. Currently on the Isle of Wight Railway. Hopefully it does not blow up. I mean, it's not a steam engine. It's not going to have a boiler failure. At least I hope it doesn't have a boiler failure. If it has a boiler failure, I am severely impressed. You know? Love me some United Kingdom steam engine, industrial steam engine designs. Sorry, dude. With Bachmann coming out with the 7mm gauge stuff, I'm really tempted to buy one just to be like, hey, we have Owen 30 British stuff too. The gold. Oh, Squid Research Lab. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. That's especially perfect considering the big run next weekend. Where's 103? Okay, 103's in Cowee. We'll meet her in Dillsboro. Big Boy is coming through Oklahoma in October, and I'm excited to go see it for the first time since it'll be close to where I live. Lucky. They canceled the Portland run, man. Though I guess I will be lucky soon. I might actually be able to see the last remaining steam engine of a certain class later on this month. Why was it canceled? Probably just due to scheduling in the excursion. At the pace at which they wanted to move throughout the area, you know, throughout the country. I'm not entirely sure. They're sending 2018 back. Ooh, or 2816, not 2018. God, I'm reading that wrong. Back to Mexico. Just pray that somebody doesn't get hit by it again because they're too close to the tracks and trying to take photos. That's nice to hear, though. Hot take, please turn on the AC. It is too... Dude, last night, Mudge and I were setting up the save, and after I walked out of my room, it felt like I was walking into a freezer, despite the fact that it was like 80, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere in that range. So that was fun. Makes sense, but it is nice that the Big Boy... Ooh, Big Boy's running positive train control now. I didn't know that, actually. That's cool. That's neato. They added another... Oh, I didn't even think about the power consumption for PTC. That makes sense. I'm really bad at whistling for crossings when I'm trying to take screenshots at the same time. Well, just say I was whistling for this one instead. You're lying about being in the 2816 movie. That thing came out 7 years ago. The most recent, you're 7 years late. Bro, didn't the 2816 just get restored? Wouldn't that be like a prime opportunity to make another movie about it? Another documentary? I guess it's not been restored, but, you know, just been restored. But it's been an excursion service for a little bit now, you know, on a big mainline railroad, right? Aha, I see a mudge. I'm looking absolutely everywhere, there's nothing. Well, it might not be publicly announced, you know. Just because something exists does not mean that, the world will always know about it. Anyways, chat. Chat. We are approaching the point of this is the track that I've made. We are approaching the exciting moment. And I think it's time to take some screenshots here in a minute. You see this switch right here? This actually works with CTC, by the way. I don't know why it works with CTC, because some of the other mods I've made don't, but this one does, so that's cool. This is always a good screenshot opportunity, the first initial cut. And as you continue the climb, there's this nice little rock wall on the riverside. I think this is the fastest I've ever actually climbed this hill. You can kind of see where the end of the line is up here, but we'll be there back there in a second. For now, we gotta continue our climb. This is at an average of 1.5%. It peaks at 2% near the very end of the route. Oh yeah, this is, I actually haven't gotten many pictures from this vantage point yet. There we go. That's better. Now, the interesting thing about this route is once you make it up to this upper curve after the bridge, you actually have to slow down considerably. Fortunately, the grade kind of helps you with that, but this is a 20-degree curve right here. Hold on, I'll go to the other side of the tunnel and I'll show you. This is like a consistent 20-degree, basically, most of the, not all of the way, obviously, but most of the way, and because of this, you have to be going 20 to 25 miles an hour, else you'll damage your equipment or derail. The AI likes going 20, but I've personally been able to get it at 25 manually before. The hardest part of this run has to be right after this little straight bit, after we exit this second cutting, or third cutting on the route. Because on this curve, just for a very short blip, is a 2% grade, and that's the steepest part of the run. Now, normally, I have been able to get this to work with a G25 or a C25 without issue. Today, on Tier 5, with everything with getting all the cars from the interchange for the first day, right? We're on tier 5, but we don't have all the first batch of cars, you know, because there's a couple of extra cars that came on the first run. But what I found is around 20,000 pounds of tractive effort, and at tier 5, you can make it up this hill without too much issue. You'll slow down as you start to reach the top, but I'm even dragging dead weight here because these two cars at the front, they're supposed to go to Dillsboro. So as we pull into town, there are 4 industries that you can service. There is the Bermuda feed mill over here. I named it as such because it is in the middle of the triangle. Haha, funny. There is Cowee Furnishings, which takes a car of dimensional lumber and produces a car of furniture. There is Culner Oil, which takes about 2 cars of tankers per day. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Sometimes you'll actually get 4 cars at Cowee Furnishings. I think we'll be seeing that in a minute here. Maybe. And the final one we have is the copper mine, which takes mining supplies and produces tailings, which I decided to put in these weird gondolas that have the bottom chutes on them. And produces about 5 cars of copper per day, or about 4.5 actually. The town actually has some really great views up here. If you're over on this leg of the Y, you can see people riding up and down the main line pretty easily. And this is really designed for more of a switching experience and more of a mixed freight short line experience. And I do mean short line. This is a mile-long branch that is only at the 4th milepost from the interchange point. So this isn't the longest route to run, but I think it's a fun one. I really like the switching experience here so far. And let's showcase this, eh? They did not just restore 2816. It's been restored since 2001. I didn't actually know that, huh? Fascinating. The more you know. "20-degree curve laughs in you into railway." Dude, we had at first I actually got it down to like a 40-degree curve at some point. That was fun. Out of the rail cars have a mile-per-hour readout. I think that's a mod that Mudge added to our mod pack. I don't remember. Well, obviously it is a mod. I just don't remember what mod it actually is, you know? Now try for 50. Now we gotta go for that 110-degree curve on the 2000% grade. Honestly, I hate switching. I think that's why I like playing Dero Valley so much, so I can do freight hauls on the main. See, for me, switching is like the most fun part of running any railroad. I understand that it's not for everyone, but to me, I like the logistics, the little logic puzzles you get from trying to spot cars and whatnot. But I can understand why that's not for everybody. So a funicular? I don't think I know of any funiculars that go up a 2,000% grade. I'd be very concerned. That just sounds like a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. I'm more of a mainline runner too. I don't mind switching every now and again, but I like the main more. That's entirely fair. Personally, I like a balance. I like having it so you have some mainline running intertwined with some switching. That is my personal favorite way of doing things. I should try Duro Valley again. Last time I had a steam locomotive blow up while running uphill with the injector on full and the tenders 3/4 full. Water almost at the top of the sight glass and it still blew up. Skill. I watched you edit tracks in the last stream and I want to ask, do the bridges and tunnels build themselves automatically using some limit for embankment/cutting size, or do you do that manually? You do it manually. What winds up happening for this is there is, in Strange Customs, which I think it's Strange Customs, I'm not entirely sure, I hope it is, there is a basic tool that you have to add to your text file. But all you do is you copy the coordinates of point A and point B. You add the bridge model, making it so it starts at point B and ends at point A, or vice versa, I guess. And then you like shift it down by 0.2 units, and it looks perfect, you know? It's something to do with the splinies section at the bottom of your definition file. Or not your definition file, your track file. It's probably just damaged. I've had 2 boiler explosions in career, and one of them was from the engine getting below a certain health level. That's right, take your steam locomotives to the doctors. Or else. Heyo, Locke, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Right now we're just, we're switching out Bermuda feed mill. Oh, come on, this bug again. Okay, for some reason, the A18 is very nitpicky, and whenever it hits some nodes, some switch nodes, it'll bounce off them like it's the end of track. And the way that you have to fix this, it seems to do this with mods most of the time, and it's only been with the A18 so far. But the way I've been able to fix this on the fly is kinda silly. You just kick the cars. I bet none of you are capable of understanding what and who the thing on my PFP is. It's ugly. That's what... Wow. One thing I've learned in the last week, the Stir community is very good at roasting each other. We also had that art thing from earlier. I don't remember who posted the art or whatever, but people are out for blood recently, man. And of course, I don't know what the thing is in your profile picture. I can't see it. It's too small. Okay. Maybe it's time to not use the A18 anymore, huh? Hey, Alex, to answer your question, example. It keeps derailing on when I'm running it slow and when I am running it on my own modded tracks for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But that's like the third time this happened on stream today. That scared the daylights out of me. I wish this worked better, but it's being looked at by the dev. Good, because this keeps happening. This is not the first time this has happened, and we're going. Nobody pay attention. Do not look at the man behind the curtain. I guess we're not getting another A18. Oh well. At this point. So we want something around the 18,000 pounds of tractive effort range. We could go for a T21. We could go for a T17. How's the T17 look, actually? A T17 could be a fun addition. Nobody runs this engine anyways. Let's do that. I leave for 5 seconds and the A1 is gone. You leave for 5 seconds and the A1 derails 5 cars. 0% condition, 22%. You know what? We're gonna stay in sandbox. I'm gonna fix these things. I'm not dealing with that derailment. That was just unfair. Set WM 309 468 condition 1. Oh, I'm in bright. There we go. GCL 308 485. IC 309 935. A stands for tornado. Yeah, the A18 stands for trouble. The C and IM stands for a very unique term. I'm not gonna say what it means. Y'all are gonna have to figure out the secret second acronym for that. Do it on your own time, you cowards. Alright, there we go. That's better. Hopefully. What are you saying? Don't worry about it, Corey. Don't question it. Just let it happen. Everything is fine. Okay, everything is not fine, admittedly, but... Did you hear that Super Mario Eclipse released? I've never even heard of Super Mario Eclipse, so no, I didn't hear that it released. Alright, let's try that again, but without the explosive steam locomotive, eh? I'd get it, but it only supports .ISO ROMs, and I think Nintendo purged most of those. Also, getting a virus scares me. Thus is the life of fan games. And thus, getting a virus scares me. We can finally calm down. After all the derailments, we can finally sit back, relax, and run trains. Use the A23 for my line. 45k in the bank with one engine. Hey, nice. We have a negative 52k. Does that count for something? Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. I may be stupid. I think on the save, we wound up getting 4 engines. We had 2 A18s, we had 2 C25s. Obviously, we only have 1 A18 now due to the issues at hand. Speaking of which... Where is Violet? Oh, Violet's in the yard already. Perfect, perfect. We can get her turned around and running passengers again. Want to see a D46? Too bad. The save is small. We are not running big engines on this one. The biggest locomotive we have right now is the C16, or not C16, sorry, C25. A C16 would be kind of cool, though. The biggest engine we have is a C25, and I currently have zero intent to ever change that. After all, we've got the other save with the D46. B&O C16 or DNRGW C16. Yeah, hold on. Let's get a narrow gauge 280 on this railroad. Now we need the class 70, man, not the C16. If we're getting the DNRGW one. C25 is it? Yes, this is a new save. We are not playing on the Ashland Pacific, so we don't have the H9, we don't have the H6, we don't have the D46, the C46, the C55, the diesels, etc. This save only goes from Silva Interchange to Ela. That's it. That's the whole route. It's about 15 miles. And there are 3 trains that go to Ela, the passenger train, the Ela Brewery train, and the mixed freight that runs up and down the line. And then there are 3 trains that run from the Interchange to Cowee-ish. Where we have the one we're running now, and then we have the 2 gypsum mine trains, the 2 gypsum services. Any plans for streamlined passenger cars for railroad or mods? I'd love to see those paired with the F units. I don't think there are. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I was so confused on why the Y at Ela earlier, but that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. If we were going to beyond Ela, I absolutely would not use the Y, but we're not going beyond Ela. Haha. How far are you currently in the save? About as far as we're ever going to get. Because if we're only going from Silva to Ela, you know, there's no need for future expansions. Every industry, except for the sawmill, is at Tier 5. We're probably not going to do the sawmill. Oh, also the paperboard and tannery. That's not at any tier whatsoever. So we have all but the big 3 captive service industries at Tier 5. We have 4 engines, 2 C25s, 1 A18, and this T17 that's basically replacing the A18 until the mod gets fixed. I remember seeing Milwaukee ooh, new passenger car types would be nice. We did add a mod that allows us to add names to our passenger cars. It's a little bit jank because you have to use the brakes and you have to make your text the perfect size to make it work, but what would be the biggest engine you would run on the save? Maybe a K35 or a G25. It'll probably be a G25, if anything. Though the G25s are so close to the C25s, they'll probably never upgrade them. So the one rule of thumb that we have is that, or I guess there's 2 rules. One is that the engines aren't supposed to be the strongest because the trains are shorter and we're running over a fairly flat area, so we kind of make them weaker engines so that we have a different aesthetic, and also so we have a little bit of a challenge sometimes handling certain grades. But the other thing is, every locomotive that we have has its headlight mounted on top of the smoke box, or like above and out in front of the smoke box. So what's the A18? The A18 is a mod that adds this locomotive to the game. Once it loads in. It is a 440 with about 18,600 pounds of tractive effort. It has a good amount of coal and water capacity at 10,000 gallons, 10,000 tons of coal. Or not, sorry, 10 tons, not 10,000 tons. And 4,500 gallons of water. Unfortunately, it's a little bit bugged right now, and it is not fully functional, and we've had a couple of derailments on the stream already, so I've kind of thrown in the towel on operating it for a little bit, but... That small American would work perfectly on this save. Why do you think we went for the A18s? The A18s worked excellently. They fit the aesthetic and the goal perfectly. Aside from the part where they blow up randomly. That's annoying. Do you plan on using GP9s or GP38s? Not really. I don't think we plan on using diesels anytime soon. They're a little too modern for what this railroad is trying to achieve. I was considering making a save where we only ran GP38s, GP9s, modern diesels, and had a small excursion train, and doing that instead of this save, but I decided against it for whatever reason. Adds this locomotive to the game, stares into the blank abyss in front of the passenger car. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't load in all that fast. Kind of like McCloud River or Oregon Pacific and Eastern vibes. Exactly, exactly. Small railroad. Tonight I'm planning on releasing a Baltimore and Ohio. Ooh, an Allegheny. That's exciting. Another big chunky engine for us to test at some point. We'll just have to replace an H6. Hello, K-Kid. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, switch is set the wrong way. Hold on. I got that backwards. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. A little hungry. I didn't get to finish all my breakfast today, but I'm excited. Because, well, actually, you know what, chat? A lot of you guys, we have a lot of reoccurring characters right now. I might as well let you all know. A little warning. So first of all, we're playing this save because Nina's going to be gone for a couple of weeks, and we need something smaller that we can better, more appropriately handle for the amount of players that we currently have. Cough, cough, support me. But the thing is, I'm actually... What is that? Actually, hold on. What didn't relate whatsoever to what I was trying to say. I'm gonna be going on vacation in a few weeks. I know I mentioned this last stream. But something I'm really excited for because of this is it's actually gotten a fire lit under my butt. And we're going to have a video coming out tomorrow, and I'm extremely hyped about said video because I think it's the most amount of effort I've ever put into one, and I'm really interested to see what you guys think of it. You can actually already see what the video is going to be about if you just check the ON30 playlist, because it is a members first video, and so you can like still see the thumbnail and whatnot. I tabbed out of YouTube and came back to a fire under my butt. Corey, that is a saying for whenever somebody needs to get something done and fast. Oh my god, I forgot to throw the switch. I'm dumb. Have you seen the CNO 2662? Yeah, we were running it last stream, actually. We're not running it on this save because this save is too small to justify articulated engines, but we got one. We got two, actually. Donk. What about the new 440, the A10, the A18 type? But we were running that earlier on stream, but it kept derailing. So we deleted it and replaced it with a T17. We do still have another A18 on the save that's running as we speak, though. Oh, wait, no, she's not running. Hold on. Set her forwards. Back to the main line, around the Y. There, now she's running. Alright, that's all set. All is well with the world. Pancakes or waffles? If you answer with pancakes, I'm going to track you down and smite you. Alright, pancakes it is, bet. Honestly, though, those kinds of answers to questions, Corey, saying that kind of stuff is just really infuriating, I'm not going to lie. Like, it's just a question of opinion and nothing further, you know? And yet you're turning it into a situation where it's life or death? Like, why? It's just a preference in food. I've had people legitimately bully me for weeks on end. No, or not weeks on end, only for a few days. I called them out on it pretty quickly, but I've had people legitimately bully me because I just happen to like pancakes. Blame Splatoon Splatfests for that. I do not like Splatfests. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Poor engine is struggling to build speed. Oh, ooh, where are you at, Mudge? Orange and struggling, you say? Oh, and you've also got 3 cars for Dillsboro. So your speed's immediately gonna die. Good luck. It took me forever to get here, and it's gonna take you longer to get out. Fellow pancake enjoyer. Personally, I love buckwheat pancakes the most, but I'll eat any. For me, I do like waffles too, admittedly. I love waffles with maple syrup and a little bit of butter. But for pancakes, I actually have pancakes usually about once or twice a month. I don't have waffles. Maybe I have waffles like once a year. But my father makes these killer chocolate chip pancakes. I love chocolate chip pancakes. See, the one problem with chocolate chip pancakes that I have is that I like eating chocolate chips just randomly, and so sometimes when my father tries to make them, he won't have chocolate chips. So I have to be careful about how much chocolate I eat on the regular when I know he's going to be making pancakes. Heyo, SRC, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. What is that tab mod that shows an MPH? I don't remember, I think it's something that Zamu made. Is for your convenience on the Railloader website. Aha, I knew it was made by Zamu. But yeah, it's a little mod that just adds a couple of small convenient elements for players in the game. Alright, you know, little fun side note for you all about mod development, right? About making this, this track mod. One thing I originally wanted to do, right? One thing that I originally wanted to do was make it so there were only 3 cars that went to Cowee Furnishings per day. Unfortunately, the way I set things up, it actually gets closer to 4 cars a day, but fortunately, it turns out that my estimate for how many cars could fit on the track was just factually wrong. I thought I was only going to be able to fit 3 at a time, but you can fit 4. So, funny how things work out sometimes. Very, very unimportant little detail for me to bring up, but it's just something I thought of, you know? Trying to make an industry for Ela grain elevator. Need some advice on how to place scenery around it and the actual grain elevator itself. I don't actually know how to do that. Mostly because I don't know how to place the build. I don't know what the grain elevator building would be. Generally speaking, you need to go into the text file and manually position it using coordinates. The best way to do this is to have the game open, and what you'll want is in your mod settings menu. Oop, hold on. Let me focus on the game for just a moment. In your mod settings menu, you want to go to Strange Customs. From here, you want to make sure show dev settings, auto reload. And then whenever you save your text file to place a piece of scenery and adjust its position, the game will automatically reload and show you where that actually is in the game, you know? And so that makes editing mods so much easier. Alright, so then we'll spot these two cars. It's gonna be an interesting and weird exchange. How we're gonna rearrange this train. I know how to make it work, but it's just... We're going to have to pull down the copper hoppers, all of these at once. We're gonna have to drop the loaded one on this track, then unhook, grab the unloaded ones, shove them into position, I think? You know, switching out the mine is a lot harder than I expected it to be, but I think that's kind of fun, actually. Adds a nice little challenge. In Rare Order, I feel like Sir Topham Hatt because I am a Thomas the Tank Engine lover. See, the best way to achieve that, SRC, is to download the Railroader mod that gives you Thomas the Tank Engine. And just run him on, like, the Connolly branch or something. You have that? Perfect, perfect. It won't show up for some reason. Did you install it correctly? It might be one of those stupid mods that requires you to install it by manually downloading it and then putting it in your game files. Why would you be Sir Topham Hatt when you could just as easily be Sir Bottom Hat? Man, the Spider's conversation has just cursed every live stream to come, hasn't it? The thin controller, the thick controller. It's just a PS4 controller, but with like two really big pads on the back. Looks at the spider in the corner of my room. Now don't you do anything to my HO trains while I'm gone. I love the mental image of a spider just grabbing your controller and immediately turning it to the max. Basically the Deadpool controller. Wait a minute. Okay, I need to look something up. Give me 5 minutes. Images. Oh my god. What is that? That is terribly cursed. Thank you for letting me know that exists, Katie. I have several people that I need to send this to. Alright, you know what? Let's ask a random question for chat. A random conversation starter question. Okay, it's not really random. But I'm gonna be able to build 3 freight cars in the next week. 3 0-30 freight cars. Now, they're all going to have a flat car as a base, and most of them need to remain as flat cars due to constraints in certain amounts of space. Would it be better if I made 2 low-side gondolas? Or if I did 1 low-side gondola and 2 flat cars? And if I am to do 2 low-side gondolas, should I make them both in different styles? Like one's a 2-board and one's a 1-board or something like that? IDK, your choice. The entire point of this question is that I don't want to make the choice. What do you mean it's my choice? Go grand with it. High side guns. I can't do high side gondolas. Okay, I guess I should explain what the problem is here. I am actually making a trip. Since I'm going on vacation starting on the 16th, I'm going to be visiting family, and I figure I should bring a small train set that can showcase what I do on YouTube, right? Just to show them a little fun something. And I have a couple of 18-foot freight cars that I can easily build. But I only have a certain amount of space that I can try and fit them all together. And I already have Snickerdoodle, a passenger car, a tank car, 2 high-side gondolas, and a box car to fit in alongside the 3 flat cars, gondolas, whatever these other things are going to be. And these flat cars and whatnot are not going to have a ton of space to fit in, you know? 3 different types of cars could be interesting. Could be. Have a 1-board and a 2-board or something like that. Two intermodal flats be like the White Pass and Yukon run containers. Yeah, let me have Snickerdoodle run container trains real quick. Hold on. Now, we're probably going to run in those cars as just Legos, to be honest. It'll just be easier to do Legos. Alright, now this is gonna be really interesting, because I have to somehow assemble my train so that we're ready to descend the hill. But I could... Let me show you guys what the problem is here. This is not to do with the gondola question. The problem is I have all these 4 cars here, but they're all fully loaded with 50 tons of copper ore, right? And we have these 4 cars over here, which are 82.5 tons of coal, 45 tons of repair parts, and fortunately these 2 are empty. And there's a caboose back here, right? Well, the problem is there is not enough space back here to actually fit all of our cars to clear the Y? Actually, wait, is there? There might be. Wait a minute. Am I just blatantly lying to chat? Am I dumb? Is there actually enough space to fit the entire train we're running today? This sounds like a 2-engine problem. Honestly, this industry, this town would be perfect for running with 2 engines, like 2 G16s. Be excellent for 2 G16s. They'd be strong enough to handle the grade at tier 5, but weak enough that they're cheap, you know? Nice and cheap. Heyo, Bucko, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Grab the 060, that'll be more than enough. Yeah, but if you only have one 060, that defeats the purpose of a two engines, you know? The only problem with this the only reason we're struggling, and the only reason that we would have to consider having 2 engines, is because this leg of the Y is too short. That's it. Haven't seen your modded Sylvia yet? Don't worry, we'll get down there eventually. You'll fit? Yeah, we'll see if I fit. We'll see if it works. We'll see if I die or if I thrive. Because there's a good chance that either could happen. But I have a solution. I have a technique to get around all these problems. I know how to not deal with any of the trouble that I've put myself into. But you know what, I think it'll be funnier if I actually try and see if I could just make it work. Meanwhile, I'm struggling up 1%, every 1% grade on the line. Hey, you'll be fine. You're almost at the interchange, Mudge. You'll survive. Actually, wait, you might not survive. I don't know how you're gonna get that into the yard. Good luck. I think this mod is working fine. The only problems we've had with it is with the A18, and that seems to be more a problem with the A18 than it does my mods. I think we'll be able to release this. I'll leave shortly, by the way, something family related come up. Oh, okay. Take care, Mudge. Take care. Don't die out there. You better not murder, and you better not be murdered. Where are we on the map? Where is this train? Ah, she just left. I see, I see. I also forgot to throw a switch. Why am I so bad at this game some days? You know, you think that with me having 650 hours in this game, I would have the patience to remember some elements like throwing a switch when I want to back up, rather than just hoping that my mind can magically do it when I'm thinking about it. And yet another example of Stardew silliness. I just milked my cow's front legs, and it worked. TK, what I like to do is when the cows have no milk, try to milk their front legs to imagine that I'm just stretching them out, considering the rubbery noise that it makes. Have you heard of the passenger helper mod? No. Wait, is that the one that tells you where passengers are going? Like when you hover over a car, kind of like this. What did I join to? Don't worry about it. We're just animal cruelty. Have you ever cursed on stream? Yeah, of course I have. It essentially automates passenger trains. You select the stations you want to serve, the termini, and the mode you want to run. Ooh, point-to-point or loop mode. That seems cool. That might be kind of useful for the way we run our saves. Also, hey, wait a minute, we cleared the switch. Boys, we don't have to worry about doing some crazy, stupid maneuvers. We can just run the train. Let's go. Alright, so everything's in place, correct? Correct, everything is loading. Everything is going, you're loading, you're loading. You are not unloading, but that's because you are. You two are loading, you two are doing nothing. Oh, you're loading, actually, never mind, I stand corrected. You're still unloading, so neither of these suckers care, neither of these suckers matter. Alright, chat, let's do this. Downhill. I actually haven't run a train downhill on this before. Ironically, for how much I've been testing this mod, I have never made sure that trains can make it downhill safely. This might end very poorly. If you're feeling dumb, remember, Captain America once tried to choke a robot. Choke a robot. Hey, I mean, look. When you're in the heat of a battle, when you're in the middle of a fight, you don't think straight. Flying a pirate ship in Minecraft at a whopping 2.82 meters per second. Damn, that's fast. Let's do some math. How fast is that actually going? 2.82 times 60 times 60. 10. Okay, never mind. It's not that fast. It's only 10 kilometers an hour. I'm actually building a boat in Trailmakers right now that is going to be driven by piston blocks acting as cylinders to make a steam paddle wheeler. Ooh. Make a steam spaceship. That's what we need. How don't even make a steam-powered spaceship work? Where would the steam exhaust even go? Wait a minute. Why we'd go into space, of course. Yes, let's just shove the steam into the vacuum of space. Don't question the fact that the vacuum would absolutely burn out the fire, would suck out all the water that's being converted into steam in the first place. Oh yeah, we have to stop off here in Dillsboro for just a moment. So, sorry chat, for those of you who still want to see the Silva Interchange that missed it earlier in the stream, you're just gonna have to wait another couple minutes. Give us some time, we'll get there. We got some coal to deliver and some repair parts to store. One time in Roblox, I was driving an Amtrak Express train at 8.15 million miles per hour. Yeah, that sounds like a video game. You know, back in the day before I became popular for doing train games, dude, I used to make the train boucher, where we get a lineup of a bunch of electric locomotives and we'd intentionally derail them by making them go at like 20 set, at like we just immediately speed them up, try to get them all up to their max speed immediately. Hey, Limitless, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. I want to know if I'm late. You know, I don't understand why people are so concerned about whether or not they're late. Like, if you're late, like, okay, cool, but we're still streaming, you know? I rarely understand why people get so concerned over that. Unless it's like the very end of the stream, like we've been going for 4 hours already, in which case, okay, yeah, whatever. Back when I had Trains Mobile 2, I got a CN484 up to 250 miles an hour. Hey, Mallard, eat your heart out. Some streams end later than normal times. Yeah, but if you're gonna say, oh, well, I'm late, like, why not say it around the time that we would normally end, rather than, oh, you're only 2 hours late, whatever, you know? It always confuses me. Flying Kipper was an inside job. Yeah, of course it was. What else were the fish doing? Going outside? Oh, wait. The fish organized it. They wanted out. How they got out? How do you think land vertebrae evolved? Exactly. All they did was they fought against the suppression of the of the regime of the boxcar. All right. We are set. Time to hit the road again. Also, how is Violet doing on water and coal right now? She should make it back to Silvo on that load. It will be fine. I certify as a fish? So what does that mean? You have like one of those little stamps that you're like, oh yes, I am fish, and I approve of this message, like one of those like that meme approved thing from the Sonic TV show. Government aren't lizard people, they're fish people. Hey, if they're fish people, it's gonna be a lot easier to convince people to eat the rich, right? But Tish. He's legally a fish too. Oh, you know what's really funny? California has marked bees as a species of fish. It's been a while since that happened. This isn't news, you know. Maybe to some of you it is, but generally speaking, it's been around for a while. The reason for this is specifically because of conservation laws. It was easier for the lawmakers to label bees as a fish to get them under the laws for conservation and whatnot than it was for them to try and create new laws specifically for bees. So, hey, if you're in California, legally speaking, bees are fish. And it actually makes sense as to why they're that way. Is it weird? Absolutely. But gonna go to California and make myself some fish and chips. Alright. TK, you better eat them with the stingers. I'm gonna go soon. Alright, so my man pops in, says, oh no, I'm late, and then proceeds to leave like 5 minutes later. Funnily enough, I have a model of the... Ooh, there's a model of the C25 in HO? I didn't actually know that. That's cool. I have a model of the G25. I need to paint it still. My father also has one, but it's already painted up from the New York Central, and he wants to keep it that way. Mine's painted for the Pennsylvania, but hey, since I bought it, I can repaint it all I want. Imagine Betsy from Railroads the Line and Railroaded. That's actually surprisingly easy to do, because there is a standard gauge version of Betsy. I don't know if it was a real deal, but it's available in O scale. If you want to get a big chunky Betsy, there, Lionel makes them. Mine is like an older roundhouse, ready to run model, but Athens. Oh, they're the. Oh, they have the boxy headlight though, don't they? They also make a little 260. Right, I know that model. They're actually producing a new run of them. They're available for pre-order over on Train World. I've considered buying one, though it wasn't because of the G25, admittedly. It was specifically because I could use them because their cylinders, you know, they have the older styled cylinders with a square timing mechanism or whatever this is. And so they looked better for ON30 locomotives, and so I thought it'd be fun to get one and make like a little custom 280. That was K-Line who made them, and Lionel doesn't make them. You sure about that? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but... TK? I just looked up Lionel Porter, and the first result I got was Lionel's own website, $100, 3-rail, HK Porter & Co., traditional O gauge, 040T, that looks just like Betsy. They do make one with round headlights. Heck yeah! Let's go! We're gonna have to do some weird maneuvers here in the yard, by the way, just for the core record. Mudge didn't get the time, didn't have the chance to put away his train, but... I've never seen the Lionel ones like ever, I've only seen the K-Lines ones. It might be that the Lionel ones are nowhere near as popular, or they haven't been produced anywhere near as much, you know? That's what I would expect. Little Porter in this game. It would be really cute just to have like a tiny shunting engine for like the sawmill or something that has no water capacity, but no fuel capacity, but it's just perfect for the job, you know? I was playing Sandbox Railroader yesterday, and I googled like 70 miles per hour with the Toastilities mod. I don't know the Toastilities mod, and I started playing a career, and yeah, the speed changes. Not entirely sure what you mean there. I have a Roundhouse 260, and it tries to kill itself at any given moment. Last night it unscrewed its pilot and truck and short-circuited itself. That little demon that you happen to have. When it's flat, it's called a D valve because it looks kind of like a D from its cross-section. When it's circular, it's called a piston valve because it's a piston internal. Yeah, that makes sense because it looks like a piston from the outside, too. Converting that into an ON30 engine wouldn't be that hard. Probably would be very underpowered, but hey, small excursion railroad like LR110. Yeah, exactly. The engine itself would be... You know what? Does anybody know what the prototype for the C25 actually is? Because I could actually get a Tractive valve effort calculator up on stream, and we could figure out the approximate approximate traction that an engine, a C25 converted to ON30 would have. This T17 SD valves, though. Oh, I know it does. I know it does. I'm just saying in general that if it had the piston valves, it does look like a piston. This doesn't, obviously. Everyone like and subscribe for a cookie and have all the notifications of the stream. Cookie not guaranteed. I am not the one funding the cookies. Mon Pa Railroad number 2. Ooh, okay, okay. Alright. Mon Pa Railroad number 26. Hold on. You know what? I want to answer this question. I want to know what the answer to this question is. I'm going to spend 5 minutes doing something interesting. So, okay, so it does... Oh, compare... Perfect, perfect. Okay, 26. Okay, no. Number 26. Number 26 is 19 by 24 cylinders. So if I go over to my calculator, you know what's really funny? I have the conversion ratio for HO to ON30 punched into my calculator by default. So all I need to do is add X, multiply by X. Okay. So it's 19 by 24. So let's assume the engine has 180. Does this list the driver diameter? 50 inches. Okay. 19... Oh, wait, no, it's not 19. The number is 10.5 by 13.2. Driver diameter 50x 27.5. So yeah, I'd be about as strong as a 40, roughly. Give or take. You can also make it a little stronger if you want, give it a little higher boiler pressure, but 180 is about reasonable. I have about 8,100 pounds of tractive effort. Limitless. If you do not stop, I am banning you. And you better go delete your messages, too. Anyways, back to the game. My old HOF unit is very stubborn. It doesn't run anymore. Damn. Eventually, you know, the locomotives have some level of wear and tear. Eventually, everything comes to an end. Every universe dies. I say this as I have 2 moguls that I still need to repair in ON30 that are just completely broken, and they're not going to happen anytime soon. They're not going to be fixed. They're just dead. More useless info. Older steam locomotives had D valves because they were easier to manufacture, but as manufacturing technology improved, they were replaced by piston valves because they wore more evenly. Makes sense. Kind of interesting, though, to see some of the D valves in the game on some engines that are stronger than locomotives with the piston valves. Kind of fascinating, kind of fun. Valve type has nothing to do with Tractive ever. Oh, I know. It's just always interesting to see older older engines with stronger strength than some modern ones, you know. I always find that funny. Limitless, you have one more warning across all live streams. Stop. Now, if you'll excuse me for a second, just to get the point across, let us go ahead and ban that alternate user. Just to make sure that you know I am dead serious about this. Okay, also for the court record, what I'm doing right now is I'm kicking these cars out of the interchange track because I want to move them over to this interchange track so that we can put all of the cars that we're not using anymore, the ones that we need to put into the interchange, on one track. And then we can put all of the cars that we need to pull out of the interchange on another, so it's easier to not have to screw up a bunch of stuff. Because otherwise, if I didn't move these cars, all of the interchange, the cars as we're trying to put into the interchange, would wind up on the side of the interchange where it's harder to remove them from. So... In fact, a lot of compound Malays had D valves on their high pressure cylinders and pistons on their high pressure. Wait, I think you got that backwards a little bit there. Sorry, D valves on the low pressure cylinders, my bad. There we go. There's the correction. I think the AE is like that. Yeah, I think the AE is like that. Not entirely certain, of course. You know, I don't have a picture of an AE up right now, but... Okay, very random thought that I have to bring up for chat. For some reason, I have a combination of The Muppet Show and Santa Claus is Coming to Town stuck in my head. Congrats, Stir. You just made me pull out my HS stuff in the first time in a hot minute. You're welcome! How much do I bet it's specifically to figure out how how the engine would look at 0 and 30? Santa Claus is coming to the Muppet Show. I can't sing that. That is painful. I don't know where it came from. I think it's because I was thinking of that one Deltarune alternate universe where somebody made the theme song include the Muppet Show in the lyrics of the song somehow. And I remember that. But where did Santa Claus is Coming to Town come from? It's not Christmas. Where did that come from? What happened? Alright, chat, I have a question for you all. Do we want to service the Dillsboro gypsum mine, or do we want to service the Ela Brewery? What would you guys rather see first? I think we'll have the time for both. I'm bored and I don't know what to do. I can't help you there. Especially not after what you did to try and relieve your boredom 5 minutes ago. My brain generated this thing of Putin on the Ritz, perfectly transit. Oh wait, no, Putin on the Ritz, not Putin on the Ritz. What am I doing with my life? Perfectly transitioning into the James theme from Thomas the Tank Engine. I don't know how this happened. It's called magic. It's also called very strange inspiration sources. Actually, hold on. This is on a slight grade. I don't need an engine to do the job I'm trying to do here. We can actually put away engine number 102 for a while. 1 vote for Brew. Actually, hold on. Why am I asking chat just to give me responses? There you go. Hey, OSRC, welcome back, welcome back. And mind you, the gypsum mine is currently unreleased. I will add in that caveat. So hey, you'll get a little bit of an early view at it, sorta. But the brewery is a far longer run, and we actually get to run covered hoppers, which is always fun. What you should do, kicking, because it makes every operation more dangerous and makes the stream even more fun, and we want the funny. I think generally the reason people are here is less for the funny and more for the calm vibes, though. Sure, I know some people on stream want the funny, but... I do kicking, though, that's the thing. Grain cars in the 50s were experiments, and they were still used boxcars because grain cars were experimental. I'm aware of this, and I actually told Mudge about this. He's thinking of doing it. He's thinking of doing boxcars instead, but I think the result is, hey, the grain cars are cooler. They're a car type we don't see much of. And so it's fun to have them, you know, just to have a little more visual variety on your railroad. You got a point there. You stream putting me to spleen. To spleen? What the heck is spleen got to do with this? Hmm? But the funny? Don't worry, we can still have the funny. We can have conversations like Sir Bottom Hat's spider body pillow. We can talk about very cursed things for the funny. We'll just have supplemental funny. That's what we'll call it from here on out. Supplemental funny. What is the weirdest body pillow you've seen? Like a real body pillow, or just in general the weirdest body pillow that I can think of? And with my own two eyes or online? I'm here because it's a live stream where there isn't so many people that I don't have to pay or anything to have person streaming otherwise chat with me. And I mean, admittedly, even if I got to a big enough point where I couldn't keep up with chat, I would still not limit the kinds of people that I would try and chat with. I know that I would miss a lot of messages if my streams are scaled up, but I also recognize that I still like this environment where I can let anybody chat. Yeah, sure, I do need to make money. This is a job, and I do need to have some sort of way to receive support from my community, financial support, but I don't think limiting a chat like this to members only or whatever would be the way to do that, you know? That wouldn't really be healthy. Either way. Okay, so the weirdest one I've seen in real life is just a body pillow with a pink fuzzy cover over it. When I was younger, I used to sleep with my parents a lot, you know, back when I was in single digits age, right? But when I was starting to get older and I had to transition out from sleeping with my parents, I was not very good at that, and I needed to hug something. In fact, I still do to this day. I don't have a body pillow at this point in time, but I'll hug like a blanket, you know. I'll stuff it up and hug it while I'm sleeping. So for the longest time, though, when I was like 10 years old, I had a massive pink body pillow. So that's the weirdest one I have actually seen with my own two eyes. Weirdest that I can think of is just in general, whether or not it exists, the spider body pillow we talked about with the Sir Topham Hatt stuff. Weirdest that I can think of that I know exists, but I haven't seen in person? I think... There was one of some content creator, I don't remember who, but it was just a standard picture of them standing with like a thumbs up. It wasn't photoshopped or anything. it was just a picture of this YouTuber with the background still intact, of them giving a thumbs up and smiling with a wild, toothy grin. And somebody turned that into a body pillow. I don't remember who it was. I really only vaguely remember this existing. So maybe it's just a hoax I made up in a dream or something, but... I do it oh hey, someone else who hugs blankets to fall asleep. I do it because I'm lonely and for some reason it makes me cold, so I wrap my blankets around me like I'm the contents of a burrito. Oh, I do that anyways. For the blanket hugging though, it's actually because it positions my arms in a comfortable way when I'm sleeping on my side. So, also, how's the poll going? 7 minutes, 15 votes. Okay, when the poll hits 10 minutes, we'll close it. Currently looks like the Brewery is in the lead, though. I hate having to go to bed soon because I worked. Oh, oof, night shift at a plastics factory. That... Night shift is always rough for me, just because it's so much harder to get good sleep during the daytime, you know? Like, it's kind of nice to be in the dark. You don't have to deal with the heat of the day. It does suck in the winter, but it's way better in the summer, you know? And of course, it's always just kind of fun to... It's always just a little bit fun to be hidden in the darkness. Hello, Mr. Passenger Train. I lost my train of thought because I got distracted by the steam engine. Ignore me, I don't know what I was saying. I have a hiking toga body pillow. I cuddle it every night because I'm lonely and I wish hiking toga was real. Oh, you keep... hiking! Hiking toga. Just the idea of somebody... somebody with a walking stick and a backpack climbing a mountain. Just a body pillow of some random person in a toga. Cursed. Alright, poll is about to end in a minute. Poll is ending. Boop. Brewery it is. Stir just casually switching. Passenger J. Oh, hello there! See, passenger trains are like ogres. They have onions. Wait, that's not the quote. Also, I just want to point out what we named our coach here. You just need to know this, chat. No real reason to know this. You just need to. Alright, brewery it is, baby! We got some hops to deliver. Little update on my steamboat. I got the engine to rotate smooth enough that I think I can actually put the boat around it. Nice, nice. I love the idea of, like, naturally growing a boat from scratch. It's like one of those little things you put in water, right? One of those kiddie toys that turns into a dinosaur. Oh yeah, hold on. How much water... coal you got? Oh man, you got a lot of coal. So these tracked mods you made or downloaded? This is one I made. We've already explored the other ones I've made too. The one in Ela, the one in Cowee. But this Interchange is one that I also personally made. This expanded... what is this? I almost said Whittier. This expanded Silva Interchange. It's very convenient. It can handle about 60 cars a day. Or not 60, sorry. It can handle about 70 cars per day, give or take. You gonna make any cursed industries? Ah, no, if you want a cursed industry, just go look at, Radio's Ela Acid Industry. I don't remember what the name of it is. It's on... hold on, I'll look it up real quick. Radio Isotopics Profile. It is... Wilson Hydrofluoric Acid. Unfortunately, there's not a good picture that shows how stupid this mod it really is. But if you ever wanted something worse than a time saver to add to your game... we got you covered. I might eventually add some stupid industries. I think one industry mod that I'm currently working on is a Topton coal mine. That one is the most exciting big mod that I think I'm going to be working on for a while. Can't wait until they put the other version of the H6 in, so that way you can really do those big coal drags you see in photos, because the current version, I think, is comparable to the Burke. The H6 or the H9? We're talking about the articulated or the Connie? Alright, chat. We're getting ready to highball this. Heyo, Smokey, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. God, 1,227 tons. For an engine like this, if we were on the other railroad, this would be a breeze, right? But on this one... where all we have is a Connie? Yeah, that's a... this is gonna be a risky run. Is this where the interchange would be without the mods? Yes, this replaces the original Silva interchange. May need to double head. Heh, we'll be fine. And if we're not fine, yeah, I'll take the L on that one. I'll openly accept that I should have double headed from the beginning. Alright. Violet, I'm gonna send the passenger train first. And I think I'm gonna take a second to fix the position of this cut of cars over here. So I want them to be actually in the yard, not on the main line, you know? Would you consider playing that game? I generally do not like discussing it on streams. We have had a surprising amount of toxicity, both in favor of and in favor against the game, and generally, I do not like bringing it up on streams. With that said, I'll probably give it a try. I don't really know when it's coming out, and I don't really... I'll be more interested when I actually know there's a release date on the horizon, but... right now, eh. Did you know there was a Forney on the Southern roster until the end of Steam? Yes, I did. It was an 044. Wasn't it named Mod or something like that? It had a 4-letter name. Any abandoned tracks in Railroader? Nope. There are some tracks representative of abandoned routes, but there are no outright abandoned tracks, no. And I mean, why would there be, you know? It's a game, it doesn't necessarily... While it does represent a real location, a real branch line, as a video game, it doesn't quite matter if you have that level of detail, right? H6 is kind of weird on Tractive effort. Some are saying 70,000 pounds of Tractive effort, and some are saying 77k. It's 78k. Who's saying 77? We have it here actually somewhere. Is 28,000 plus 50,000. That's 78,000. Abandoned right-of-way having unique mechanics like higher odds of derailment at speed, the locomotive leaning around a lot more would be fun. That could be cool, and like, for like some of the bigger expansions, you have to actually rebuild the route a little more. You have to invest in like a maintenance away train to fix the tracks over time. The only abandoned route on the real-world variant of this railroad is because of... Hold on one second. Let me focus on getting this stuff in place, and then we'll talk about it. Alright, will this fit in here? Yeah, it looks like it will. Oh yeah, fit in the siding. It absolutely fits. Let's go. That's perfect. That's perfect. I think we're gonna head off for the night. I'll try and catch the VOD when I get off from work. Alright, take care, church. Take care. Take care. Get some good rest. Like, you unlock it in poor order, but you can improve it as you go. Since the lore of TM of Railroaders, you're cleaning up after flooding, which wiped out most of the bridges on the line. That's true. It could be cool if some spots that are very close to the river had worse damage. Like, what's a good example? Well, I can't actually show any good examples because we don't have most of the map unlocked. That could be cool, though. That could be cool. Did you know that the reason the curves between Alarka and Andrews are so tight is because the builder of the railroad did not like a politician that owned the land in what is now Andrews? The curves are so tight because the builder wanted to go around present-day Andrews, but all it really did was make the curves sharper and the grade steeper. That's funny. Anyways, the one route that I know is actively abandoned, do you ever wonder why there's a track that goes off this way? Like in the base game, you have Appalachia Hardwoods right here, right? And then the track shoots off and goes off a little bit, and then it hits a dead end. That's because there was originally... The original connection between Bryson and Almond went that way. It went up and around. It actually went all the way out to a town over here called Fontana. But eventually the route got flooded as the Fontana Reservoir was built, and so they needed an alternate route, and that's why they have this route up through Brooks, Hemingway, Alarka Junction, Cochrane, Alarka, etc. It was a much shallower grade originally, but they had to change it somehow, and that's how they managed to do it. Alright, chat, let's do this. Y'all wanted a brewery? Y'all are getting a brewery. Railroader lore. You didn't have to cut me off. I feel like someone's gonna try and recreate that route as a mod. There's one problem with doing that. GP30. That is, if you were to go out this way, the river kind of just ends. Oh wait, no, it goes a little farther. Wow, it actually goes farther than I expected it to. But the river does just end. And the world just ends. The scenery off in this direction is not modeled appropriately. And so because of that, you'd have to figure out somehow how to actually edit the map file to get that to work. Oh god, my game's frozen. Chat, I think my game crashed. I'm gonna give it a minute. But I think we're dead. I think we're screwed. Yeah, no, okay, hold on. Well, anyway, so how y'all doing today, huh? Don't mind the fact that we are having so many failures. I'm just doing single player because I know Mudge isn't going to be back, probably. How does one even build a track mod? I was considering eventually making an entire map, but I should probably start with the basics first. The best way to do it is to use, the map editor mod by Alina. It adds this little tool up here. I cannot use it. Oh, I can use it because, what? Anyways, what you do is you open the map editor, in-game, you scroll down to whatever mod you want to modify. In this case, let's say we want to modify Upper Cowee, because that's a mod I've done. And then the game will actually show you a basic way of how the track is built. So these yellow bits are basically splines, and these blue bits are nodes. And the nodes basically tell where the track is supposed to go, and the spline tells the railroad how the tracks are connected. And you can select one of these and move its position freely as you want. You can also add new ones. I will delete this in a minute, don't worry. I'm not actually saving this. But you can add like a new spline, and you can turn... I should probably set this to a higher setting so we can make more crazy stuff. Rebuilding the tracks will actually rebuild nodes too, though sometimes you have to... Sometimes switches, if they're too close, they won't work, and so you have to actually move around where exactly your nodes are in order to get the switches to function properly. It's basically a lot of trial and error through this. That's the basic gist of it. Anyways, if you don't, you can save, you can hit the save button, or you can just cancel out of it and delete everything that you build. There's a very basic and quick rundown of it. Speaking of crashing games, the West North Carolina Railroad managed to kill the game with 15 to 20 locos and 800 pieces of rolling stock. Nice. Were they all in one place, or were they spread out across the map? Time to make an incredibly stupid switching setup that requires a turntable. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to add turntables to the game. I know at this point in time, at least from what I have been told, at this point in time there's no way to add a coaling tower, a water tower, or a passenger station. The ones that are baked into the game are the only ones that you can use, and you can't really adjust their positions. So you can't add new towns to the map, unfortunately. There's a reason, like, if I could, Upper Cowee would absolutely have an actual passenger station up here. And I would absolutely add a coaling tower and a water tower to the Silver Interchange Terminus mod that I have. So, unfortunately for now, all you can really do is add switches and track and curves and etc. But you can also add industries. Industries are way harder to do, though, so good luck with that. I'm wishing I could just erase the emotions of jealousy from my emotions list entirely, but other than that, I'm fine. Dude, that is such a hard emotion to erase. I think I've done it, though. I think I've achieved such bliss. But it took years of work. Where is the passenger train at? Oh, right, I stopped her just outside of Dills. Because I wanted to fuel her up. Alright, hold on, chat. Also, did I not set up the passenger stops? I didn't? Are you kidding me? Ah, my god. Well, I guess this train is headed back to Silva. After we top her off in some coal and water. Have you been abusing the poor passenger train? Oh, absolutely. What else would we be doing? Come on now. We always abuse passenger trains in this household. How to get banned from running passenger services for the entirety of your life. Alright, you guys want to see the stupidest switching arrangement? I know we've already shown this on a stream before, but I feel like y'all would enjoy this. Here. This is the mod I was talking about earlier that Radio built for the Acid Company. So if you ever want something really stupid, just do Wilson's hydrofluoric acid. It's excellent. Do it. I don't have the mod, unfortunately. I don't have it downloaded. I don't have it installed. It's called an acid company because that's what you need to pour on your face after switching it out. If you want to see something worse, just remember... Hold on, let's actually look at the sample photos from the mod page. Look at this. Wait, no, hold on. Oh, come on, I can't zoom in? Oh, no, I can zoom in. Okay, perfect, perfect. You see this? Remember that there's still an industry over here. This is still the, this is still the farm supply over here. Also, this siding off of the farm supply track? You see that grade right there? Yeah, that's a thing. Oh god, it's at Ela. You have to switch both. Yes, you do. So, if you ever want to do something that will make you go insane, just download that mod. Reminds me of a guy at my local modular club. He's insane. He runs USRA 060s around 9-inch radius curves. There's also a reversing loop that has 2 tracks going through it. Is this an HO 060? Or is it an N-scale 060? Because if it's an N-scale one, 9 inches isn't so bad. If it's an HO one, what? Excuse me? Oh yeah, speaking of which, for the court record, I don't remember if it was this mod or the tin mine. I think it's the tin mine. But I think also on this mod, the USRA 060 is basically required to switch out that industry. Because the curves are so sharp that if you tried to do it with anything higher than a, what would that be? I guess it's not USRA, it's the S23. If you do anything other than a small or extra small, you're just screwed. You can't actually fit. You'll derail because no matter what speed you're going at, unless it's 5 miles an hour. He has to make the middle driver blind. Yeah, that sounds about right. You can run a trolley on HO 4-inch radius. Yeah, you can run an ON30 trolley on 3-inch radius, actually. It's absolutely stupid. I love it. If you can run it on 9-inch radius, though, that is very promising, because I might have a plan for USR 060 and 030. Then again, I have plans to make literally any engine ever, at every single opportunity, but I never have the funds for it, so... Uh-oh. So hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes. That corner is... that corner is spicy if you're not careful. Oh, we're gonna overshoot that switch. Uh-oh. Just noticed Mudge made a track mod as well. Is it the Mudge in the server? Yes, it is. And in fact, we're testing one of his mods on this stream today. We have, of the mods we are running with today, 2.5 of them I made and 2 of them Mudge made. And then there's also this stupid one over here that has this random railroad crossing after Locust Pinco. I don't like this. I don't know where it came from. I think it came from the mod that added the actual industries. So, okay, I'll accept that part. I don't like this, and I'm planning on actually making a mod that patches this out. It's stupid. He also has a mountain with 6-inch radius curves? What? Are you sure this is HO? Are you sure he's running an 060? The heck? Sounds insane, dude. I had $1 million, I'd give you at least 100,000. Thank you, thank you. I would happily take that kind of money and immediately invest it in stocks. If you have a 3D printer. I wish I had a 3D printer. It would be really fun to make 3D printed kits for 030, but no. I don't have that kind of stuff, unfortunately. Fortunately, I might be able to get one soon. It depends on how... I'm actually going to be selling some items soon. I might be able to get enough funds to afford some fun things. Heyo, Jack, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. I just required my old Trackmaster track to... Ooh... Like the old Thomas the Tank Engine stuff? Heck yeah. Filament is probably cheaper than engines, and you can also make buildings and bridges. That is very true, and it'd be really cool to do some 3D printing stuff. And even if I were to do, like, resin 3D printing, you know, like even the more expensive stuff. Plus, I could also sell what I make. Like if I were to design passenger cars or freight cars or something, I could eat. I'm sure other people would love to have something similar, you know? So... the problem is, I don't even have enough money to try investing in that in the first place at the moment. Because again, little reminder for you all, I'm going on vacation in 2 weeks. We will have 2 extra streams after that, or 2 more weeks of streams, right? And I will be leaving on Monday, the 16th. And so because of this, I am saving up a little bit of money so that I can have some fun money on said trip, you know? Also, I have a question for you all, chat. I want to gauge interest. Since I'm going on vacation, should I have some sort of like little trip report video? I know I'm going to do a trip report on my website at some point, but should I do a little video just talking about the ride on the Empire Builder and like what we did on the vacation? I have someone that works at home, and I'm thinking of about investing in buying 3 printers and having him basically work for me. Yes, the work where all you do is sit around and make sure that nobody steals the items. We had to get rid of some when I was a kid because I was too lazy to clean my room, and I regretted it. But now I'm older and I know better, and I was able to get the track back. Hey, nice. Yes, yeah, heck yeah, sure, yes, please. All right, I'll see what I can do. It might take a while after I return, because the current plan is that I'm going to actually have 3 videos lined up while I'm gone, or 2 videos lined up while I'm gone, and then 1 video prepared for the day I come back, or like the week I come back, so that I don't have to do work when I return. So it might take a while until I actually get a trip report out, but it could be a fun little thing to do. My layout is actually based off of the Murphy Branch IRL with a paper mill in my closet. Ooh, and a logging industry with mines. That's fun. Where are you going? I'm headed to Michigan to visit family. One of my family members has had chronic health issues for a very long time. They're a double amputee. It's surprising that they've still been able to walk on occasion, though. You know, they actually have they had a prosthetic leg when they had their first amputee. I don't know if they still have one now, but their health is kind of rapidly declining. It always does this occasionally, you know. It's just sort of like bad health spikes for him. But this one seems a little worse, and so we want to visit him and get a chance to make sure that if things go super south, all is well. No, you know, we got one last chance to say hello. I don't think he's going to pass away, to be frank, but just in case. And also, it'll be a nice change of pace to get outside of the house, ride a train across the country. It'll be an excuse for my father and I to ride the Empire Builder. We'll also be stopping off on the trip. We're going to be visiting some family for a couple of other days. We will be making... We'll be visiting at least one railroad along the way, like one museum at some point. We'll see how the 3D printed rolling stock sells. It's not the best detailed rolling stock, but I'm focusing on making it for new people wanting to get into the hobby. I'm actually not making a lot of profit, only like 30 cents, but I don't care about making profit. I care about providing cheap rolling stock. Honestly, even if you don't care about making a lot of profit, sometimes it can be hard to make truly cheap rolling stock, but I'd have to think about the logistics of that if I were to get a 3D printer. Actually, there's a lot of logistics I'd have to think about. That sucks. Yeah, it's a little... It's very sad, but oh well. We're working our way through it. $550 a car with trucks and everything. That's not so bad. I've seen ON30 cars, though, that have gone for only $10 a pop, plus shipping. Though they don't come with wheels. No couplers, either. Playing Railroads Online again. We built 3 towns. The town OP Pine Valley, creative name. I know. Penny's Town and Helpy's Place, named after the banking engine. It just got a little house on the side of the road. It's just named Helpy's House. There's a little shop, Helpy's Shop. There's a little passenger station, Helpy's Passenger Station. Oh, Jesus. Wait a minute. Is this train just gonna be a... You know what? We actually can just kill Whittier from this list, huh? British stuff is expensive. Yeah, I've noticed that British stuff is like... It's weird. Because some of the cheap stuff that manufacturers make, like the Hornby 040s, are surprisingly cheap. But there's also some, surprisingly expensive things, too. Like an 040 costing £300. Admittedly, it comes with DCC and sound, but the DC variant is £200? For just an 040? I am concerned. We also got a Shay, number 6, Tiny. I wanted her to pull log trains, but after seeing how slow she goes, she's a perfect yard engine because all she does, you know, is... She can't go faster than the player. Are you on Discord? I'd love to take a look at your stuff. I think Dax stuff is mostly N-scale, not ON30. And that's Crack-a-Dack Dundee on the Discord. AKA just Dak. Hornby coaches cost £50 a piece, and I was genuinely shocked when I found a train set in Harnleys this summer for only £150. Yeah, I don't... New stuff is always more expensive than used or 3D printed stuff on the market, you know? You know, the more we're all talking about this, the more I think I should just go and make an impulsive purchase and get a 3D printer and do this anyways. It's not a smart idea, but... Whoever said I was financially responsible? I try to be, I strive to be, but I'm failing. You know, we're doing pretty good. For such a small engine with such a heavy train on such a long run, we're not doing bad. You know, this is, I just remembered this is the first spot where we actually had a car hit 0% because of that weird derailment. That weird thing where a switch was probably sabotaged. Must give credit where credit is due. The towns were built by H. Brewery 0092 and Jump Girlj, who also built it. Ooh, a dam and a waterfall. That's exciting. Is this like a map where they just offer a variant where it's just the buildings or something, and you sort of build to the towns? It's kind of clever. Trains that I got, and the Intercity 125, by the way, was actually only $20 more expensive than a Pico diesel locomotive I picked up in France earlier that week. Admittedly, the Pico whatever diesel is probably more realistic and more detailed, but... I'm planning on printing a shell for the Kato-powered chassis. It probably is going to be F units and early Jeep units. They're going to be like $30 an engine, which isn't bad because the brand new DC engines are like $100 to $200. I know, right? I mean, admittedly, Kato does offer the Pocket Line steeple cab for only $45. But that's not really a great prototype, you know? for American railroading. Oh, they came onto the server and built tracks. That's fun. Always fun to get a little bit of involvement from friends or from strangers, even. Everyone talks about 3D printing, but nobody mentions just how inexpensive scratch building actually is. Like when I wanted to do the birthday project, I estimated it to cost less than $40 for an entire engine? Oh, Jesus. Holy cow. Admittedly, I think the reason for this is because 3D printing is new and shiny, right? And it's a new technology, and it also is easier to do in a way, because if you want to get really fine detail, you just 3D print it. You don't have to do anything special. Oh yeah, do we have any hotboxes that I need to worry about? We do. I see. No, slow down. Slow down the train. I don't want to destroy a single car. I am very glad I caught this. Whew. Well, chat, I guess we're not gonna be running to the industry at full speed, huh? It's okay, we have Whittier. We can just stop off at the engine service there. That's hot. I see what you did there. If we want more cursed content like the Thomas the Tank Engine conversation from God knows when, just remember that hotboxes probably are somebody's kink. Anyways, speaking of the Kato Pocket line, looks like they have a little 040 and a Christmas set. So the 040 is actually unpowered on the Kato Christmas set. The passenger car, the middle passenger car in the train, has a motor that's basically the same as the steeple cab motor, right? Now, what's interesting, though, is that they have made a mechanism for 4 wheels, right? They made a 4-wheel driver 040 in 009 gauge, but I guess that's got a wider gauge, so... That blue thing makes money. Mattel talking about Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh wait, I was confused. I thought you were talking about something in the game, like you were talking about the engine. I'm like, this isn't blue, and I wasn't sure how to respond, but you probably were talking about Thomas, weren't you? I may be stupid. Love the lettering job on the tender. Thank you, thank you. I spent a lot of time designing this, like, half a year ago, and then I just never got around to using it. And I thought, well, if we're gonna make a new save now, I might as well, you know, do it, right? We did actually, at one point, we did have it so it was bold, I think. But if memory serves me... Oh, it works on this tender. Okay. When we tried it, though, for some reason, it didn't work on one of the tenders of the engines. It might have been the A18, since, you know, we were messing around with that earlier. Well, I guess we're putting bold on the tender again. Project Start Day was going to be a Montezuma painted like the one in Ooh, that's a... Good luck with that, TK. I've seen some people actually make those, though. They made... I saw somebody did it with an HK Bowker. They, like, converted it, they gave it a bigger cab, they gave it a slightly bigger tender. When you mean track mods, do you mean you connected up industries and towns like Railroads Online, or is it something else? It basically, what it means is that we actually made our own industries for the game. The mods that we have added, I guess I should go over those real quick. It's been 3 hours. Not everybody will have seen them. We have added the Ela Brewery. This is one made by Mudge, who is a supporter. He was on the stream earlier today, but unfortunately had to go due to family issues. This makes for a nice sort of end-of-the-line, moderate-sized terminus in Ela, or like moderate-sized industry to turn into a terminus, right? So we also have this little Y that I'm working on. It's not finished, unfortunately, because the telegraph poles are too low, and so the cars actually clip into the wires, so we need to fix that. But it is operational, and it's a really nice little Y here on the outskirts of Ela that allows you to make a perfect Ela to Silva route. Along with that, we have this mines mod over in Dillsboro. This is one that Mudge made. It's a gypsum mine that crosses the river. It crosses at Cowee, and there are 2 mines. There's one up here, takes about 15 cars. Oh, and there's this giant gypsum pit. This is actually a gypsum pit in real life. And over here, there's another small one. Again, takes about 15 cars a day. And The mod that I added that I'm most proud of is Upper Cowee, which adds 4 industries. You have the Bermuda Feed Mill, you have Cowee Furnishings, you have Culner Oil, and you have the Upper Cowee Copper Mine. It's a little interesting switching zone off of a mile-long branch that is perfect for like a G25 to handle, or even a slightly weaker engine sometimes. Earlier today, we actually climbed the hill with an A18, and it actually made it up on Tier 5. So this is a nice little switching zone. And the last one to quickly mention... Also, I should slow down my train. I just realized she's going 17 miles an hour. We want to keep her below 15. The last one to mention is the Silva Interchange Terminus, which adds a Y. This is one I also made. It adds a Y, adds an actual little engine servicing shed here. Unfortunately, I don't think you can add coaling towers and water towers, so that's not here. But it expands the interchange, adds a little caboose track. Makes this a nice little cozy area, you know? What's your car count per day? On this save, we get about 70 cars per day. And we run them only with C25s and A18s right now. Makes for a very nice, smaller scale experience, especially compared to our other save, where we were getting like 250 cars a day. J.W. Bowker, but that one's drivers aren't the right size or spaced right. The pilot wheels are too small and so is the boiler, etc. Basically, if I wanted an accurate mod... Ooh, you're gonna have to do it yourself. Oof. I mean, that would make for a really fun project, but I can see why that would have been a little too ambitious. Heyo, Strasbourg Railroad 89 fan, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. I've seen that they have Strasbourg Thomas and Railroader. maybe we should get one just so we have like a backup engine. If anybody ever fails, if anybody ever stalls out on a grade or something, we just grab the Strasbourg Thomas. I only have one gummy worm left. I am so sorry for your loss, Katie. This is an unprecedented tragedy. So you can just edit and add tracks for your ideas and others? Yeah, basically. It takes a lot of work, and you definitely have to, like, learn how you're supposed to make it happen, both with the in-game editing tools and with the out-of-game save file modifications. But is the Gypsum mod a private mod? I only see his Iron Mine. Oh, no, we're testing the Gypsum mod. The only mod that we're actually using today that is currently public is the Ela Brewery. Everything else is private, except I guess there's also this mod that Radio made, but we're not using it today, you know? Every other mod is currently in testing at the moment. It should be released in the next couple of days, but, you know, we still have to fine-tune a couple of details, right? So I'll probably be releasing the Silva Interchange mod tonight. I think the Upper Cowee one can probably also go out tonight. I'm not entirely sure. I might hold off on that for a day. And for the Ela Y, we need to reposition all of the telegraph poles before that one's good to go. As for Mudge's gypsum mines, the one big problem that he's going to be working on is this siding right here. You see how sharp this curve is? That's a 28-degree curve on a 1.7% grade. So he's going to be fixing that. He's also going to be adding a little extra capacity in this region to make it so you can bring all the cars to both of the gypsum mines and like actually sort them out in this area. So we both got a little bit more work to do before we're ready to publish our mods. I love small engine saves. It's kind of weird because like, I really do like smaller engines, but I've also been having a lot of fun doing the bigger save with like the H6, the H9 recently. But also, just playing this save today has really reminded me of why I like smaller engine saves. There's just something so charming to them. I guess I find it weird that I like the bigger engine saves because, like, generally I've been, oh, just go small, just do smaller trains, but I've actually been enjoying running the H6 with like a 30-car coal drag behind it. It's a strange balance. Any yet to be released mods you're excited for? Kind of seen a lot of mods being made recently. I'm trying to... What mods have I heard about? I think the 44... Isn't there a 44-tonner in the works? I feel like I've heard some vague allusions to that through the grapevine. I hope there is. I'd love to see that. That would be a really fun little diesel engine to have in the game. Excellent switcher, excellent small mainline power, or branch line power. I'll make it eventually, I just need to scratch build something a little less ambitious first. Once I've got practice though, I'll be scratch building everything. Once I've got more practice, I'll have the power of God. One of the most interesting things about scratch building trains to me is how people build the boilers, you know? Gonna head out on a bike ride, hopefully be back before the stream ends. Alright, TK, take care, take care. This might last a little longer, because I do want to test Mudge's gypsum mine, and we have one more cut of cars that we... Actually, we have two more cut of cars. We have two cuts of cars we need to spot today. But hey, we might, we might be around a little longer than usual today. I know nothing, says the man who very clearly knows something. Still want an RS3. Oh yeah, the RS3 is another one I'm kind of excited for, but wasn't there something where the mod developer was like, every time that somebody asks when it's coming out, I'm delaying it by a month, and somebody calculated and it's now delayed by like 800 years or something like that? I mean, I know obviously nobody would reasonably delay it by that long, but... Lamau. I gotta head out. Where's the best place to reach out? The best place would either be via email. You can find that on my channel about page, you know, in the typical location. It's like worster@gmail.com, something like that. Or via Discord. I do check my Discord quite frequently, a little too frequently. I'm maybe a little unhealthy on that regard, I'm not gonna lie. Those would be the best places to try and reach me. I am on the Railroader Discord, but I think... Okay, I don't need to say that. I promoted the stream today. Who am I kidding? I know nothing. Yeah, neither do I. Testing 7,000. Yes, everybody's favorite, Matt, a little bit overkill articulated. Do you think you will add a section where you will add something like the Railway Series Sodor map? So one of the things about track laying, Bolt, is the map ends, right? If you go out just a little bit this way, excuse me, that came out of nowhere. Oh, I went to Connolly, oops. Ah, God, I hope that's the last sneeze. Excuse me. If you go out a little bit, though, eventually the world stops generating, and once you reach this point, you could build track, but it would look kind of terrible. And so generally speaking, when you're building track and when you're expanding your railroad via mods, you don't want to stray too far from the track that already exists on the map, right? So trying to add something like the entirety of Sodor would unfortunately be very, very difficult. But you could try and make a funky adaptation. Make it so that Tidmouth Sheds just happens to be here in, like, Whittier or something. It would take a lot of work, but you could make a Sodor-esque adaptation for Railroader if you were willing to put in a lot of hours. I'll hopefully be back soon. I gotta film episode 2 of my 100 Days Railroaders series. Alright, good luck, GP30. Good luck. Have fun. Shot you a DM? Alright, I'll check it after stream's done. Or maybe I'll check it once we get this parked, actually, because we gotta deal with this stupid hotbox. You know, this is actually the first hotbox I've encountered that's caused me major problems. Every other one, you know, we've been close enough to a place where we can repair it. But today, no, we just had to go like 50 miles. One thing I like about Helpy's Place is that it has some track to display newly acquired locomotives to show... Ooh. You know... There's actually, you mentioning that, Jack, has reminded me of a very interesting conversation topic, which is that I actually don't like engine sheds on model railroads. I think on smaller layouts, engine sheds are a trap, surprisingly. And the reason I think this is because... Generally speaking, you want to show off your engine, don't you? You want to be like, hey, look at this cool steam locomotive I've got. You want to show it off in all your glory. But if you have an engine shed, you're blocking it, you know? You got walls on all 4 sides. I mean, it's cool to have that represented for the railroad. But, like... You could also use that exact same space to actually display the cool engines you have, you know? Is part of the reason why the Willamette Port Carony doesn't actually have one. And why I don't have any plans to add one in the future. Well, actually, I do have... Okay, maybe I do have plans. Did you know the only reason the Skookum in Washington was preserved was because the logging railroad it worked for rolled it over and... Wait, really? Rolled it over in an accident and left it there for 59 years? That's actually really fascinating. Wow, okay. I mean, I've heard some weirder preservation stories, but that one is up there. Smokey, you might be a little bit behind on stream dialogue. I don't think we've had the 3D printer conversation for a while. But you know, so HO models, making some basic HO models would be a very good way to utilize a 3D printer. Get trucks and couplers in bulk and just package them as part of the kit. Yesterday, someone tried to murder Tiny with the snowplow. You know, I misread that actually the first time around. I almost said, someone tried to murder me with the tiny snowplow. I don't know why I thought that's what you said. I know how to read. I'm not dyslexic. What are you talking about? Okay, I say that, but I actually do think YouTube has made me mildly dyslexic, interestingly enough. I try and read chat so quickly sometimes that I stumble over words and I don't read it perfectly. Like, it's not... I don't think it's true dyslexia. I think it's just me reading things too fast, but... Dyslexia adjacent. You know, what I honestly think, 3D printed stuff is going to eventually be the biggest market for model trains, because honestly, how many people care about detail? Like, what, 25% of the hobby care more about detail than price? I mean, you do have to remember that the more detail, the better, right? Diet dyslexia. If anyone is actually dyslexic in chat, I'm sorry if I offend you with what I just said. I don't want to be rude. But I do generally agree, Dak. But at the same time, Dak, the thing is you do want a certain level of detail, right? You want to make sure that your trains are, that your trains look and feel like trains, right? You don't want it to look and feel like somebody put a wooden box on your railroad, on your tracks. And so you kind of have to find this nice balance, in my opinion. Alright, Hotbox is gone, baby. And we've already repaired 1% of damage. I know a guy that has an 8% grade on his standard gauge HF scale railroad, and the Pico Export USATC diesel can pull more than an Athern Mountain. Nice. Oh, I don't have enough steam. I actually visited a railroad recently, a G scale, or it wasn't quite G scale. I don't know what it was. It was 1:24 at 36-inch gauge. So it was G gauge, but I don't know what the scale technically was, right? Well, or it was actually 42-inch gauge. Sorry, not 36-inch gauge. My bad, my bad. That railroad, it had a 6.5% grade. F scale? No, it's not F scale. F is 1:20.3. FN3 is actually 45 millimeters between the rails, but it's 1:20.3. So it was the same track gauge, but it was a little smaller in scale. That's why I like Athearn Blue Box. Just the right amount of details and the good price, too. Is kind of why I like the Cumberland Shops locomotives, actually. They're a little bit expensive, to be honest, but they're a nice balance where they're detailed enough, and they make for nice fictional prototypes, right? Love the way those things look. God, this poor engine is struggling, huh? She can't. We're not picking up any speed. Goodness gracious. Would you accept my offer? I probably would, but like, I'd need to have a little more time to figure out what printer I would get, what things I would personally make, how I would sell that stuff, etc. And plus, I am going on vacation in 2 weeks anyways, so I wouldn't be able to set any of this stuff up very quickly. I do know, you know what, fun little fact, everybody. I will be selling something in the next 2 weeks. So keep your eyes peeled for a video. So I guess I do know how to make the store setup work, right? But getting shipping up and running when I'm away from home for so long, that might be a little bit of work. DM me. Honestly, Smokey, I forget all the flipping time to DM people. So I'd actually recommend the inverse. I'm very bad at remembering to start conversations. How many cars we got going here? We got 15 cars to the brewery. That is, you know, it's interesting. Mudge actually lowered the rates when we started playing today. We're on tier 5. Mudge actually lowered the rates of how many cars go to this industry, and we only have 15. What's a remember? I don't know, I forgot. That's a bad joke, but I love it, it's good. Engineer gently reverses into the buffers. The last freight car fucking dies. The last freight car watching me bash the bumper at 35 miles an hour. I think the biggest issue with 3D printed stuff is weight. The main reason is because model train manufacturers can cast the bottom frames with lead to help with weight. I think boxcars are easy to weigh, but stuff that is open top like gondolas and hoppers are hard to do because you need to add weight without being too obvious. So the way I actually got some laser cut kits that I'm going to be building in the next few weeks, and you'll be seeing them soon. The solution that they did was they actually made it so they're under, you know how there's like basically, if we were to look at a flat car or a gondola, right? This little segment right here, this is where they hid the weights. The top was very thin, the bottom was also very thin, and you would hide weights down here. That's the way that they did it, and I think, honestly, that's genius. Railroad is one of the few games I enjoy watching due to its accuracy to the actual locomotives and rolling stock. I do kind of wish we had some more rolling stock in some cases, though, honestly. It kind of sucks to have so many of the same 2-bay hoppers, you know? Why can't we get something slightly different? But I do have to agree. One of the nice things about this game is how true to prototype a lot of these engines are. Though I also really like Railroader just due to the way the operations actually happen to work out. With how the game sort of randomizes things, how you accept contracts. BG2, BG1, BG1. Okay. I got a plan. It's not a good plan because we're fouling the main line and the passenger train is coming at us at high speed. Where's the passenger train, actually? Oh. Oh, this is a terrible plan. I need to hurry. Wait a minute. We're gonna have to line the passenger train in onto track 2 here. And then we'll have to take track 3. Oh, this is gonna be funny. This is actually going to be a really cool screenshot opportunity, though, with the passenger train waiting here at the yard. Mantua made it so that the chassis is 2 pieces and the weight is sandwiched between the floor and the bottom of the gun. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what the person whose kits I'm going to be building in the next few weeks did. It's a really clever way to do things. Did you know that the reason that most engines are preserved is because of a well-timed wreck? Isn't that why 611 was chosen? Like, because she got a wreck, she got an overhaul, and she's put back into service, and then when they needed to preserve one, 611 was in really good condition because she had been completely repaired. It's comically logical that that's the case. 346 got Kenosha, 611 overhauled, and the Skookum was used less because it was rolled over and left there. Yeah, so they're just sort of in these oddly good conditions simply because of their wrecks. And then 4449 was just the first engine of the line of a whole bunch. So they said, screw it, we'll save this one. Alright, this is gonna be a perfect screenshot opportunity. I'm gonna have so many stream shots at the end of this one. There we go. There's some great screenshots. First time here. Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. And I got on to check you out, and I like your vibe. Hey, thank you, thank you. I try and make a nice, calm experience with occasionally funny, with occasionally comedic conversations about very cursed subjects. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for most museum ships because it's surprisingly hard to preserve a wrecked vessel. Yes, let's go dredge up the Titanic real quick. Get her a new museum. Do we have money to repay the loan? We do, let's go. Planning the number 7 locomotive at Glenbrook to be called Top Hat, not just because of a Tugs reference, but also because I thought that was a nice name. See, the problem is, I feel like so many random things have been given top hats over time that the name has kind of become strangely diluted, you know? Because you've obviously got Sir Topham Hat. You also have the Top Hat guys from, what's the game? From Henry Stickmin. I feel like there's a lot of Top Hat in pop culture. Planning on becoming a channel member? Should I subscribe via YouTube or Ko-Fi? Ko-Fi is generally cheaper, and as long as you have a Discord, we can get all the perks to you much better if you link your Discord account. But the one thing that YouTube can do that Ko-Fi doesn't is emotes and early access to videos. And for that, though, we have a separate super cheap tier that's only $3, where I still offer all of that. So it's still cheaper to get the $3 tier and any of the other tiers from Ko-Fi than it is to get the same appropriate tier on YouTube because of the way the pricing works out. YouTube takes like 70% of the cut of the profits. Or not 70%. It takes 30%, so I only get 70. So generally, Ko-Fi is the better one so long as you're on the Discord. I tried to have my dad help with an obsession, but he cannot comprehend that the fact that a town can be 2 places at once on your railroad. He just decided some cars go in different places because he didn't want to spot them. Dude, I was considering having my own model railroad, because I do that same technique. I have it so one town is 2 different locations, and you have to run around the loop of track a certain number of times to get to there, right? Well, I considered having that for like a train show, but... exactly this. Some people just cannot comprehend. Some people cannot understand the rules in place that you have, you know? Just remember, you always have to prepare for the worst case scenario when you're doing a show like that, and the worst case scenario... The worst case scenario is that sound effect is going to play in the middle of me talking, and I'm going to get terribly distracted by it. And I'm going to lose my train of thought. Woohoo! Financial decisions! Hey, welcome to Passenger Katie. Oh yeah, I guess that's another thing that YouTube does that Ko-Fi can't. is that you actually get access to the little, like, loyalty badge or whatever. Unfortunately, the loyalty badge doesn't have tiers to showcase what level somebody is, but oh well, I apologize. Nah, don't apologize. I'm the one who made the mistake of putting that sound effects there in the first place. I'm the moron who decided to put, and I quote, "I'm the daddy now," as the sound effect that plays when somebody becomes a channel member. Do you live in Florida? I live in Portland, Oregon. So, very much not Florida. West Coast, best coast, baby! Exactly. Hope you like wet. I love wet. Honestly, it's so much better than hot. Speaking of hot, oh my god, my room is boiling. Apparently playing this game for as long as I have while in the 90-degree heat we're having right now. Ugh. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. I want a refund. You're playing an East Coast game? Oh yeah, I know. I know. This is what? North Carolina? Right? It's kind of like... It's vaguely Oregon-ish, you know? It's got trees, it's got mountains, it's got cool rivers. I know it's not quite Oregon, obviously, because I don't think we have terrain quite like this, but... Hey, I can say it's Oregon. It's ADF here. Yeah, I think it's... Actually, let me check. What is the weather today? Yeah, it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It was like 95 yesterday. It was so bad. Dude, it sucked. I hated every second of it. Remember, Celestial, it's Fahrenheit, not boiling alive. Could you imagine it was 90 degrees Celsius here? Dude, my skin would melt. Remember how we talked about it on a previous stream? Like, I'm extremely tan. Like, the color of my avatar in streams here, that is the color of my skin. If I go out into any amount of sunlight without sunscreen on, I am going to set myself on fire. I am going to die. If you ever go to North Carolina, you can ride the real Murphy branch. I might someday, but vacations are expensive. Right now, my father and I obviously are still planning that Michigan trip. And okay, you know what? The Michigan trip, we might be able to get to see the last remaining Mason bogey in operation. We're going to Greenfield Village. That is not an if, that is a yes. The question is, what engine are they going to be running? Are they going to be running the fake Mason 440, or are they going to be running the real Mason 064T? So that'll be a sort of exciting thing. If we get lucky, we might be able to see the 064 in action. Torch Lake, yeah, Torch Lake, baby! The weird 4-foot 1-inch narrow gauge locomotive that got converted to standard gauge. I still love that strange fun fact about it. West Coast, last coast, South Coast, best coast. Where does that leave the East Coast? Do we just forget the East Coast exists? So that's going to be the most exciting, like, train-related thing we're doing on the vacation, aside from riding the Empire Builder, because, come on, the views out of the Empire Builder are absolutely killer, you know? East Coast to least coast, oh my god. How have I not thought of that before, TK? That's so good, I love that. Okay, it's good in a terrible sort of sense, if that counts for something. Why, did you put a Ridgeway spark rest on a Mason, boob? I don't know why, I really like doing YouTube poop style voices, you know? There's something charming to them. Sauce. How do you turn around with a snowplow? Turn it on the turntable! Also, engineer realizes too late that the turntable isn't big enough for the engine and plows and derails at speed. Also, engineer just dies. Alright, let's set up the passenger train for another run for the day. Get her going. If you're gonna play in Texas, you gotta have a fiddle in the band. You also gotta have someone with a pistol. The pistol is not for self-defense. It is very specifically for helping play the music. Sometimes you just gotta shoot the drums. It's like Tchaikovsky's 21 Cannons, but it's just a random gunslinger who walks up, pulls out a harmonica, and starts shooting in the air to the beat of the music. You don't know how he has how many bullets, but, like, he just has an infinite supply somehow and keeps shooting in time to the music. Tchaikovsky, cannons are not instruments. Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes! Tchaikovsky, always yes. I see you're running at stir. Hey, I see somebody got the pun. Yeah, we named all our locomotives after flowers. Mudge and I were playing last night, and his girlfriend was around, and she was the first one to come up with a name. She came up with the name Lily that we have on one of the 440s. And, what wound up happening was we were like, okay, well, let's just use flower names for all these engines. And so when we were coming up with the last engine name, we bought the two A18s first. And then we bought one of the C25s. But the other C25 we didn't actually order. Getting this save set up legitimately was really strange. And I know we did some cheating because we got tier 5 on everything, you know, but that's the only cheating we really did, aside from maybe replacing cars that were broken by the engine when the A18 derailed at Mach 75. But we were coming up with the last locomotive, which we couldn't afford at the time, and we had to figure out a way to cheese in. As I'm figuring it out, we're looking up names of flowers, and we're trying to find ones that are 6 letters long so they'll fit in the name thing. And we're looking at, like, Dahlia, we're looking at Poppy, and then I find Aster. Well, Mudge likes it, Mudge's girlfriend likes it, and I happened to enjoy the pun. And so we decided, screw it, that's the name, we're going with it, and you cannot stop us. Okay, so we have to go to GH2 first. Roger. I wonder what this little spur here is for. Is there anything, actually, here at Ela Brewery? No, that's just a random spur? Okay, okay. I see you, Mudge. I see you. Fun fact, there's an orchestral piece out there that calls for cattle to be removed from the stage, but it never says to bring the cattle on stage in the first place. Nice. Switcher storage? Maybe. That would explain it. Also, hello, Nina. I'm surprised to see you here today. Oh, we're gonna have another meet here at the brewery, kind of. Switch set correctly? It is not. Worst part is cannons were so unreliable in 1812 they went off on their own accord, heck yeah. Gimme PC, I need PC. I don't have PC. I can sell PC, but I do not have PC for give. Unless you're talking about pictures. I'm having a 1:06 a.m. moment. You're welcome for staying up so late. For having an excuse to stay up so late and to suffer. At least you're suffering with other people at the same time. I exist and I'm at least 3 tired. Hey, tomorrow you'll be 4 tired, Nina. At least 4 tired. Maybe more. Maybe more. Honestly though, Nina, if you're... It depends on what's happening. If you're fine with it, we might actually just stick to this playthrough when you return for a week or 2. Like, this has been surprisingly fun so far, just to have a different change of pace, you know? We still got some good long mainline runs, we still have some heavy-duty switching to do, that's a lot of fun. And it's also really nice because the trains are generally shorter. Like, this train to Elo was only 15 cars long. And that was the optimal amount of cars for something like this, too. It's not like we were trying to cheat the system and make shorter trains. No, this was just a reasonable amount for the service we're running right now. I like how you US folks are talking about getting boiled alive while I, a Dane, is under a blanket freezing. Hey, you want to borrow some of our suffering? Because I'd love to borrow a little bit of cold right about now. It's really interesting, though. It's actually been very cold at night in these last couple of nights. Not like, oh no, I'm going to freeze to death. But, like, I do, after the heat of today and how boiling I am, I need to get a blanket or 2 because I'm going to freeze otherwise, or be a little chilly, you know? Alright, so I said when we started this, right? I said that when we started this run to the Ela Whatchamacallit. My brain is spaced out. Alright, the brewery. When I said we would do the brewery, I also said that I would try and sneak in a run to the gypsum mine. Now, we are at the time that we would normally end this stream, but I feel like doing a run to the gypsum mine. I feel like I got a little more energy in me today, you know? I think we can do this. So I'm going to set up this train on AI, 20 miles an hour, road mode, just send it all the way back, right? And then we'll go to Silva, and we will pick up the other 280, and we'll pull her out for a quick run to the gypsum mines, so you guys can see what those look like right now, and I can spoil Mudge's mod before it releases. This is the gal who screwed your mental health over 2 years back, but she's the only one who's willing to put up with your existence. That is sometimes, unfortunately, very much a mood. I'm back, and I threw a blow. Are you okay, man? Everything alright? Stay safe, dude. Whew. You threw up blood? What happened? Go to the doctor. Yeah. Had the same thing happen and it was pneumonia. Yeesh. Yeah, stay safe, dude. That's scary. I mean, I know I don't need to tell you that. I'm sure you already know, but be careful. Be safe. Alright, chat. Let's go do a quick run of the gypsum mine. We're once again here in our massive interchange. I did have a kidney stone? Jeez. Hopefully that's fixed. You're in the okay, good. You're already in the hospital. Thank God. That is a good first step. Yeah, I hope everything turns out okay for you, though. Jeez, that's never fun. Stay safe, dude. Take care of yourself. I know there's not too much you could do right now, but bro got quickscoped by his own kidney. Senior quote right there. Is this on a slight grade? Oh, it is! It's on a 0.4%? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. Huh. Oh, wait, no, I knew that. Who am I kidding? I knew that. It's because we had it at a slight uphill grade because it meant that we could go slightly farther back. Okay. Never mind. Also, I'm an idiot. I forgot to throw the switch. Some reason the way he said, "You're in a hospital? Good," reminded me of that billboard that said, "Injured, good." I know that one vaguely. the pair of billboards where on the top it says on the first billboard, the one on top is like heaven or hell, you know, something a little super religious. And right below it says, tell them the cow sent you. I love that one. There's also this perfectly lined up picture of another church thing, which is something like, he is risen! And then directly above the sign is a giant billboard of Shrek smiling. So, number 5, Superstar just got thrown off a bridge like Helpy. What's funny is that both the plow and the rest of the train continued on like nothing happened. Lamau, that's great. Just ignore the fact that everybody's dead. You don't need to worry about that. Alright, so we're hooked. Then we need to disconnect the train here at the Ela Farm Supply. We'll apply 2 handbrakes. In my state, we give directions by the religious billboards. I heard there was some place where they worshipped with guns. That's not fake, is it? Oh, there's probably multiple places that do that. I mean, for heaven's sake, you know what was really funny? I recently saw a Facebook post about somebody complaining that they couldn't take their firearm into an MRI. We have a singular cow, and every time people are here, it's like, yes, for the 442,069th time, she has horns, she's a girl, that's how the type of cow is. Me, when I purposely spread in misinformation about cows, all cows not having horns. Is Facebook, what did you expect? Oh, I didn't expect anything, don't worry. Have I mentioned the time that I had trouble with Facebook? There's 2 times that I have had really weird troubles with Facebook, and I feel like I brought them up on stream recently, but I'm gonna do it again! Because you know what? We need conversation topics, and the more the merrier, right? So, the 2 things that happened. First of all, they deleted my account without telling me. They didn't even give me a warning. They didn't try to tell me that it was happening. They didn't even tell me that it happened. They just did it after a year of inactivity, which is weird because, like, I had been active a year before, but prior to that activity a year before, I had been inactive for, like, 5 years, but they didn't delete it then? Anyways, that year before, I signed in to post 1 image of a Shay climbing a hill. It was a model Shay on my model railroad club, the Mount Hood Model Engineers, right? Also, we're hitting the road. Let's go to the gypsum mine, baby. Well, what wound up happening after I sent that image is I got a couple of likes. I signed on the next day to see how many likes I got, and I got a good amount, you know, I got like 5 or 6, which is nice for the size of group that they had. And what happened, though, is 2 friends from my school added me. Now, the thing is, I didn't tell them I was on Facebook. I didn't tell them I was active on Facebook. And so I went back to school the next day and said, hey, did you send me a friend request on Facebook? Both of them were like, no. I haven't signed into Facebook in 5 or 6 months. And so I signed in, and I'm like, well, is this your account? And they're like, yes, that is my account, but I didn't send any friend requests to you. Both of my friends said that, for some reason. Like, what? What do you mean? How did both of them send me friend requests from their accounts without being active and without having sent the friend requests? This isn't actually the first time I've seen something like this happen either. So, well, like, my mother used to have a Harry Potter themed username for her account. I think she still does, but obviously it's my mother. I'm not talking to her ever again, and I'm not going to find out the answer to my question. But what happened, I believe that's called hackers. I don't, TK. I believe that's called Facebook trying to use their algorithm to force you to send a friend request to that person, so maybe that person will send you a friend request in return. It is trying to force engagement by trying to assume what relationships you have. Doctor said they're going to do the operation soon, so I might have to go. Alright, good luck and Godspeed, SRC. You got this. You know how people run their trains in HO scale at like 90 miles an hour? At that speed in a 280, you would probably be violently ripped out of the cab. Oh, perfect. That's just what I was looking for on a holiday special. Casey Jones would have been more likely to be thrown out of the cab than to hit that train because it would be like Sierra 3 going 90 miles an hour. Oh, I've got this line for the wrong track. Oops. When this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you'll get thrown out of the cab window so hard, you'll get a concussion, never wake up, and be in a permanent coma where you're in an older time period. That's how Back to the Future secretly worked. It's just that everybody got concussions from going 88 miles an hour. Alright, where is... Okay, 103 is just leaving Wilmot right now. She's got a farther distance to go, and since she's running AI, she's going to be running slower than I am. So I should be able to beat her. Alright, take care, SRC. Good luck. Stay safe, man. Stay safe. When this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you're gonna get thrown so hard you slingshot around the sun and end up 300 years in the past and have to save Earth by stealing a pair of humpback whales. The one with the whales in it. Makes sense now why Facebook showed me that kid who's the younger bro of someone I absolutely hate with an equally absolute passion. Exactly. It's because Facebook is trying to see, hey, you know these people, right? Therefore, you should engage with them. And then tries to force interaction, because the best way to get interaction is to get people to interact, right? To force more opportunities for interaction to occur. So... sounds like a Jules Verne novel to me. Roberto, that's a Star Trek movie, actually. When this baby hits 8 miles an hour. Don't you mean 88? Look at it, it's a dang tricycle. Heyo, IOSCI, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I have no clue how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Alright, so 103 is, yeah, we're gonna beat her to Cowee. We're doing fine. We got enough water, we got enough coal. We'll be able to finish the work for the day with ease. Up bullying people to get them to work actually works, but they closed down the bullying factory. Yes, the bullying factory, where once a day you all go in and you just bully people anonymously online. This game sounds serene and exploring. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's very nice, it's very chill, though sometimes, if you're not careful, there can be some chaotic moments. Speaking of which, I gotta slow down. Don't want to derail in this corner here. It's nice, it's chill, especially if you're on a smaller world like we are. I must go and eat dinner, then film my Choose Your Own Adventure video. Alright, take care, Jack, take care. See you around. Maybe see you tomorrow. We are gonna have a video tomorrow. For once. Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, the one where they got the 1701A at the end of the movie, and they found out by the next movie, as Scotty put it, this new ship was put together by monkeys. In a literal sense? Or... Also, why did that message get censored, Roberto? A solidarity strike with the Bullies Union? That got censored by YouTube? What happened? USS Enterprise, Shakedown Cruise Report. I think this new ship was put together by monkeys. She's got a fine engine, but half the doors don't work, and guess whose job it is to make it right? You'd not believe how many times I had to retype messages last stream when I was talking about destroying Mars. I did it. Hey, that was fast. Must have been a pretty simple operation. Nice and quick. Doctor was skilled. Any percent speed run. I need to take pills. Yeah, that makes some sense. You might need blood, not blood thinners. Is there blood thickers? Is that a thing? where you get thicker blood? Oh, wait. We're not servicing this mine. I'm stupid. I thought we were coming over to the east mine, but no, we're going to the west mine. What am I doing? Best part, the fact it got censored didn't even show up on my end. Oh, that happens a lot. They do that with swearing a lot of the time for some reason. What is that mod? The East mod? This is... It's not public yet. It's not fully available, but this is Mudge's Dillsboro Gypsum Mine. There's the East mod, and if we... I need to park the train real quick. Hold on 1 second. And over here, the West mine, this is the other mine that the mod adds. They cross the river here, coming off of Cowee, off the Cowee siding, split across the river, and then goes down a little bit. There's a little passing track that makes your life slightly easier. Speaking of making my life slightly easier, I'm actually going to do this in an interesting way. I think I'm going to sort the mine. I'm going to remove the cars, the empties from the mine, but well, like, what that message was in any way a bit offensive. I don't know. But the auto mod flagged it for some reason. Flagged it to such a point that not even I can see the message in chat anymore. Weird thing is, in other people's streams, I've been able to have a sailor's mouth without issues. Dude, it's really weird. On Twitch radio, when we were doing the Twitch test for a while, which I might actually do some more Twitch in the future, but we'll see. Radio wound up having to test a bunch of words to see if they were banned, because apparently talking about coaling steam locomotives was something that Twitch would ban. For some reason. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was something about the Denver, South Park, and Pacific, but it got censored by the auto mod, and I had to manually allow it. Wasn't it a bit about South Park that caused problems? No, it wasn't that. He specifically typed out DSP and P. It was something to do with coal burner smokestacks. And I have permission to ping everyone because my operation was successful. I think... I don't like pinging everyone. It's not something I do. The last time I did it was over a year ago, and it was just something where we had to ban something that everybody was talking about, and I wanted to make sure that people knew for a fact that it was banned. What's your viewpoint on the Japanese train simulator or business simulation? A-Train? I don't think I've heard of it, actually. What's it like? Probably was the name Congdon Smokestacks. I don't think it was. I don't remember what it was. It was very specifically something about Coal Burner. Coal Burner was a part of the message. I don't remember exactly what it was. It might have been something about Congdon, though. I think you might be right there. You might be onto something. Wonder what it was. Oh, well, we'll figure it out someday. The A train is an MTA NYC subway line. Ooh. I live in Seoul, South Korea. I think I just butchered the name there. Sorry. Not completely. I was on the right track, but... Just a little train driving simulator through the heart of a busy city. I think my favorite vibe and style for a train running simulator. There's this one game. I know a lot of us trash talk train sim world because of how much it costs and how expensive everything is on it. But I must say that it is a lot of fun running down the Feather River Canyon route for the Western Pacific Railroad here in the US. It is such a beautiful route, especially if you've got, like, snow. If it's snowing outside, it's great. I feel like at this point, the more Sturry's chat, the more he trips up on words till eventually he's tripping over an entire dictionary on the daily. And you know why that's impressive, Green Fox? That's impressive because I am a writer. My father is a librarian, and I've learned to write and read a lot from a very young age, and yet somehow I'm screwing this up. You think I would know better, but no. The 2662 that nobody understands would break railroads online if it got added right now or ever. I mean, admittedly, we do have the Class 125, we do have the K27, so it probably wouldn't break the game as much as it used to. SkyTrain in Vancouver is my favorite metro because it's sci-fi and tranquil. I think I don't remember that one off the top of my head. Hold on, let me Google this. Sky... No, I don't want Skype.com. No, thank you. Oh, I love that paint job. Oh, that's pretty. The black, blue, and white. Ooh. That's classy. I can read, that doesn't mean I can talk. Yeah, exactly. That's me right there. That is an apt description of what I am, Smokey. I want the Photoshop K37 where it's a 2882, but it's basically two K37s stuck together. I mean, I actually recently saw somebody kitboshing one of those in ON30. There's a picture of somebody actually making that. Hold on. Y'all want to see it? I'm not sure I'll be able to see it because it's on Facebook, and Facebook can be annoying, and I don't have an account and I can't sign in, but... It's not at all complete, but you can at least see the start of it, you know? Where is it? It's a ways down. Holy cow, I'm scrolling for a long time. Is Facebook going to be annoying and stop me from scrolling soon? Aha, no, it's not. I got there. Okay, hold on. This thing. You got the outside frames, they've got the boiler. I think they're gonna add, like, you know, tenders as you do on a Garrett. It's actually gonna be a really cool design, even if I'm sad that somebody had to destroy two 280s in the process. Still be a 20,000 pounds attractive effort increase. TK, wouldn't it only be about 12,000 pounds? Because the K27s, or I guess really they qualify it as a K28, you know, 28,000 pounds attractive effort. The Uintas, they only had 42,000 pounds attractive effort. There is no God, he's abandoned us. I thought the Uinta 2662s were more powerful than that. Nope, they're only 42k. And I think the strongest Shay... Hold on, let me look this up. There was a website that listed the strongest... Hold on. Locomotives... Yeah, where is it? I'm not finding this page anymore. Heck. Strongest Cheyenne 3-foot was one of the West Side Lumber Company ones at like 37,000. I think it was slightly stronger than that, but yeah, it was about 37 to 40,000 pounds attractive effort. It's still, I think there's one in preservation that's got 35,000 pounds. It's on the Georgetown Loop Railroad. I make a Roblox train game, and anytime the dev team goes in the 0-30 section of Pinterest, the roster doubles. Nice. Hold on, where did I find that list? Strongest 3-foot gauge trains. No. Yeah, I'm struggling, huh? I don't know where this resource is. Oh well. Maybe if I find it, I'll post it after stream. Which, we are coming up on the end of stream, by the way. I think once we get the cars that are empty loaded into the mine, I'm gonna call it there. We've been going for, almost 5 hours now. So I think it's fair to finally call it quits for the week, and then we'll come back on Friday. Actually, we'll come back tomorrow, because we have a video ready. I'm asleep now. Alright, take care, Roberto. Take care, take care. Alright, bring her to a halt. Unfortunately, this is my first week of school. No! Rest in pieces. Unfortunately for me, I'm actually going to be very busy this week. Because I got to prepare for the vacation, you know? I know 2 websites about geared locos. Shea Locomotives and Geared Steam. Unsure if they're what you're remembering. The website was very specifically, it was a page that listed 3-foot gauge locomotives and the strongest ones that were ever made. And it was at least here in the U.S. You know, there are a couple of ones that were made for export, like the one that has 60,000. That was a Garrett or a Meyer or whatever it's called. But they don't count that because it wasn't in the United States, right? But the page had the strongest diesels, they had the strongest standard steam locomotives, and they had the strongest geared steam locomotives, all listed in 3 separate graphs. It was pretty cool. Does anyone have any theories on Deadwood number 3? It's the Ruby Basin on Railroads Online. What do you mean by theories? Oh, no one knows what happened to it? Probably got sent to Central America somewhere and chicanery happened. I like to play SCR on Roblox, and at times it's a nice type of simulator. I haven't... You know, it's actually really funny. The last time I played Roblox was probably in 2007. It's been a long time. I was very young. You should play some Streamlined. Unfortunately, there are no streamlined passenger trains in this game. There are streamlined locomotives, just not passenger trains. Oh, it's a Roblox game? Wow, what a creative name. I was 7 or 8 in 2007. Yeah, me too. I was 6 or 7 back then. I remember the name of my account, I just don't remember the password whatsoever. Found the tier list for the Railroads Online tech tree Heist used in his video, but for some reason there's several locos missing from it? Strange. Oh yeah, you did post the link in Off Topic, right? It might be because this was an older version of the tech tree, and they might have removed some of the experimental locomotives. Because I'm definitely not seeing that silly L101 or whatever the Denver and Rio Grande Western one was, you know? Heading to bed. Alright, take care, Smokey. Take care. Thanks for tuning in, man. Cheers. Unfortunately, one of those is the Baker White Pine Climax I've been trying to find. The only thing I remember about it is that the stack was wider than the boiler itself. Really? Oh my god, that's hilarious. I love that. That's so stupid. Rails and Rails update and Astroneer is tranquil. I'm trying to think what my favorite tranquil game would be. Oh, Animal Crossing New Horizons. That's my personal favorite. Quiet, calm, laid-back game. Oh, that's cursed. So scrolling through Pinterest and found an ON3210-440. What? Excuse me? Huh? Oh goodness. That's that is certainly a sentence. And also, hilariously, probably a great sentence to leave everybody on. Just imagine the chaos as everybody tries to figure out what the heck that even means. Because I said once we finished spotting cars here, we'd call it quits for the day. And all we have is 2 cars left to spot. So, it has been fun. Look forward to maybe seeing these mods in the next couple of days. I'll probably release 1 or 2 of them later tonight. Mudge is probably going to release his Gypsum Mine mod later this week. And the cars are spotted. The loan is repaid. I'm getting hungry. It's about dinner time for me. Thank you all for tuning in today, and I will see you all next week, or maybe some of you tomorrow. We are going to have a video. I have one scheduled that will be releasing tonight at midnight my time zone. But for now, cheers, folks. I'll see you next week.